I'm turning on audio.
Are we on?
Yes.
Are we on? Wow.
So Sudhir will intro. You know Sudhir's cam, yeah?
Yeah.
How come YouTube? Oh, it's a bit like yeah.
I'll wait for you
guys.
Are you all switching?
Yes, audio is on.
Audio on, everything on.
Audio apparently is on.
So we switch
Can I talk to the camera?
switch to Sudhir. Switch to Sudhir. Sudhir is next one.
Hey, Walid. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, me. God. Finally, salam sejahtera, tuan-tuan, puan-puan, kawan-kawan. Thanks for your patience. Sorry for the slight hiccups we had getting here a little bit late. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. I know you have many other options. Actually, not really. Only mainstream media. But thanks so much for joining us. And very quick intro of my fellow panelists. On my extreme right is Anngee. Anngee is an illustrator and has been putting out lots of amazing content over the past couple of weeks as well on Instagram and other places. On my immediate right is Walid.
Can you bring a mic in? Bring a mic in, please.
Is Walid. NTU prof and Joe Mendoza, and I don't know how you're still sitting and standing here after doing like 15 podcasts every day. And on my left is Elvin Ong, who is our token Chinese guy, as you can see. We need to have that in Singapore. Elvin's a NUS prof, and I think he's been spending the last week or 2 weeks just marking papers and exams, and it's exam week.
Yeah, I haven't started my marking. Yeah.
I
haven't started your marking yet.
So what can you guys expect over the next 3 hours? I think we want to have a very chill, sort of fun discourse. The whole idea of this was to like democratize political dialogue and conversations, and get out of the stuffy CNA clinical studio, academics in suits. As you can see, our two academics, I purposefully told them not to come in suits. So it's meant to be a fun chat for friends. You all are part of the conversation. We might take breaks at any point. We might go and get a drink at any point. So should you. So yeah, it's just meant to be a fun dialogue. And you don't actually have to watch CNA. You can, but you don't have to watch CNA, because whenever there's an important thing happening on the CNA feed, we will actually switch feeds. And shall we try that out right now, Jeremy? Let's see whether we can switch to a CNA feed. Yeah, so
all right, Ollie,
that's what we're going to be doing.
We will be checking back with you later on.
Whenever there's an
Hopefully the weather
interesting
continues to hold out.
conversation,
We're crossing over
we'll
next
switch,
to Afifa
which
Arifin.
probably doesn't happen
Afifa.
very often, but when it does, we will switch specifically to results, of course. So when the polling agent comes to announce results, we'll switch to CNA. When a party leader, Lawrence or Preetam or one of the others, makes a speech. Go Meng Sing, how? Go Meng Sing, should we switch?
He's a party leader, what?
Not all party leaders.
The disrespect, man.
He doesn't deserve respect. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Okay, maybe not all party leaders. Most party leaders, we will switch to CNA, so we can all watch the CNA feed together, and then we'll chat about it. We also have a ticker running at the bottom. If you can see, I think it's called a ticker, right? What are they saying now? I don't know what they're saying now, but we have a ticker running at the bottom, and we have a ticker person who's going to be putting out ticker stuff, which you can see. We'll also have special guests patching in. So I think we have Preetipls, who's patching in the next hour sometime, and then we have people like Cherry and George as well, and we'll be having conversations with them about the election and what they've been up to. So please stay tuned for that as well. Okay, now I wanted to introduce all the people behind the cameras very, very quickly. Are you guys ready for this? If you can just no, you're no. Just come, just switch to the wide and come, just stand here lah. Just
Yeah,
stand
got a lot
here.
of space here. In front.
Hey guys, hurry up, dudes! What the dudes? What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ow.
Sorry. I thought we had stand in front there. Oh my god! I think it's very important for us
Nicholas
to
Fan, you don't know the
show you that like there's a whole team of people here. It's not just the people, the panelists that you see.
Some gate crashers.
We've got Ying, Nick, Charmaine, Saki, Liana, Corey, Shah, Jeremy, and this is the team that's bringing you the podcast tonight, the live stream tonight. So, it's not a podcast. What's it called? Live stream.
Live stream.
Going live. Live stream.
Hey,
okay.
yeah, showing the
Sorry.
age.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Go. Get up. Anyway, just so you all know that this is it's just meant to be a fun conversation. There are people. There's a lot of stuff. It's not just us.
Disconnected.
Hey, dudes.
Disconnected.
Something happened. What?
back.
Okay. Sorry. In that attempt to show you all everybody else, apparently an
tripping of wires, I
HDMI
guess.
cable got disconnected. Go back. And yeah, one final thing before we get into the actual meat of the discussion. We will occasionally be appealing for donations. And I'm waiting for that donation thing to show, but is it showing or not? Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll be occasionally appealing for donations. I know some of you are subscribers. Thanks so much for subscribing. Some of you are not. And as you all know, independent media, it's very, very difficult for us to sustain ourselves in today's environment. And I don't want to blast you all with this pay now quote all the time, but I'll do it maybe once an hour. And this first one, I just wanted you all to know that where your money will be going. So it'll be going partly to pay for all the content that you've seen so far that Jome has been putting out, whether it's videos or essays and so on. So you can scan the QR code. If you prefer to use the UEN is there. Our official Singapore registered company is called the Inquiry Private Limited. If you prefer to wait to see how enriching the conversation is, please do. I'll make the same call maybe once every hour. And where's your money going, right? It's going to our content, but it's also going to everybody in this room, right? So everybody in this room will have an equal share of tonight's takings. So I just wanted to be very straight about where your pay now donations are going lah. So yeah, and please give according to your ability. No amount is too small or too little. $1 is fine. You want to give a lot more, that's fine too. Yeah, so I hope that's enough time with the QR code up there. And let's get into it. Jeremy, can we switch to the map now? And we will look at a map of... so this is a map that has been created by Chilung. And Chilung is an amazing data visualizer, data journalist, data storyteller. And he's created this great map, which I think is one of the best maps to show the sort of evolution of GRCs over the years. Could we switch to 2011 first, Jeremy? So this is what our GRCs looked like in 2011 lah. And then let's go to 2015. Then how it's changed. And then 2020. And then finally, this is what we have this year lah, in 2025. And I thought we'd start the conversation by talking about what we think are the key battlegrounds. And we can probably switch back to us now, I think, Jeremy. And what do you all think? Let's start with West Coast, Jurong West, shall we? No need lah. We can talk. So how y'all, what's everybody's sense of West Coast, Jurong West?
Difficult.
Difficult meaning what?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, difficult for the PSP to make further inroads as compared to GE2020, because 2 wards have been taken out from West Coast and then 2 wards have been added in. I think one of them is Taman Jurong. And so, you know, the PSP have said themselves that it's very difficult for them to reach out to new voters and give up some of the voters that they already reach out to Tanjung Pagar. Of course, you know, Dr. Tanjung Bok is still there, Long Man Wai is still there, Hazel Pa is still there. But I think it's going to be uphill climb with the changes in boundaries.
I think it's difficult, but it's in play. So because the ones that came from Taman Jurong, how sure are we it's the 70% voted for PAP versus they voted for Taman? That's the first thing. Second thing, I think the PSP is no longer a party of Tan Cheng Bock because Leong Man Wai has become the face of the party. So I think it's in play, but it's definitely difficult. And on the other side of the coin, the PAP team now I think is a bit weaker than 2020. So Iswaran is no longer there, so it's left with one minister. Although Desmond Lee's popularity, at least in his constituency, I think is higher than it was before. So they have that going for them. What I would say is if the PSP doesn't win West Coast, that's the end of the PSP as an organization. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that because you think that other opposition parties will win elsewhere and so they won't have any NCMPs?
No, yeah. So I think if they don't, so that's one. So I think the others will get. So, but if they don't win West Coast, then they have to ask themselves what is their shot of winning if Tan Cheng Bock is no longer there. And Tan Cheng Bock already said this is going to be his last election. So I do suspect, and PSP is a party because of Tan Cheng Bock. So if they don't win this one and Tan Cheng Bock goes, I don't think PSP as an entity will exist.
I think like this time around, especially in the media and everything, we've seen less coverage of PSP as well compared to the other parties. Like we see a lot of WP, SDP, and PAP, but I hardly see any PSP stuff. And when I do see it, it's not particularly inspiring. Also, like I don't think they elicit any strong reactions in their rallies, lah.
I think sorry. So that part is true, but it's on purpose. I don't know why, but they turned down an invitation from the Daily Catch Up, for instance, which I thought PSP did. So I thought that was a bit strange, but it's clear that they are focusing on the ground game. So I attended their last rally at Jurong West Stadium, and the difference between PSP and WP rallies is the people who attend PSP rallies, 90+% are residents. WP rallies, you go there, you know, everybody goes there from around Singapore. So, and it was quite a healthy attendance. So, which is why I wouldn't dismiss their chances completely. I agree with Elvin. I think it's an uphill task, but I still think it's in play.
No, so the party brand is still very strongly associated with Tan Cheng Bock and like Leong Man Wai lah. So there's not much else of a strong base to like sustain it past the two of them maybe losing this next election. Your sense?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's
is that too depressing to start the night?
No.
No, but is it because they find it hard to attract new people into the team?
That is true, but I mean, they did put up Stephanie, right?
Yeah.
Who I thought did a very good job. But of course, you need an entire pipeline, right? You can't just have one or two new or younger candidates.
Or do you feel like what they're running on is not strong enough? Like
so partly also success will breed success. So if they win seats, then you'll see more people joining them. But you need to win. You need to make the first breakthrough, and they haven't yet. So I would say this is their last chance.
Yeah, and the thing about coverage is interesting because I sometimes wonder whether there's this whiff of elitism lah with PSP, right? Especially with how lousy school Vivian Balakrishnan
Yep.
and the way the PAP MPs suddenly treat Leong Man Wai quite differently from how they treat some of the WP MPs, right? In terms of their exchanges. So,
Yeah.
so I wonder whether there's a little bit of entrenched elitism in terms of the PSP fellas cannot make it lah. We don't want them as a quote unquote
From whom?
loyal
From PAP or
from the PAP, potentially from the mainstream media as well. When we talk about coverage of the PSP versus WP, whether
I think Leong Man Wai's popularity is understated generally, especially in our kinds of circles. The ones who are more pro-immigration, the ones who are more liberal, and we would probably in our circles we tend to be more dismissive of PSP. But the fact that the PAP always responds to him, in partly in a dismissive way, but also they substantively they go out of their way to respond to his concerns on immigration, which tells you they know that what he's saying about immigration resonates with a lot of people. So I do think that's why it's again why I think it's in play. Yeah. So I've already gotten a few messages. Some
Saying
people agreeing with me that is the end of the party. Some people say Stephanie has a chance to win Pioneer SMC. I don't think Pioneer is in play, but if it is, then it's great, right? But I don't think it's in play.
but Stephanie was, I thought, very impressive at the
she was. I
party,
agree. She was very good. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, any last thoughts, or we'll move on to our next GRC? We don't have any interesting CNA like feeds coming in yet. We'll so what's another interesting battleground we want to talk about? Punggol. Let's go to Punggol. How about Punggol? What are your feeling about Punggol?
I feel like Punggol will be like a tight race because of Gan Kim Yong's there, and I'm sure like people will be like, oh, he's a task force man. We can't like eliminate task force man, but at the same time, I think also maybe because of Heng Swee Kiat's prior parachuting into East Coast and then leaving in this GE. I think if I were a resident, I would look at that and I would be like, okay, what if I vote in task force man and he goes like in after one cycle, right?
Right.
And I guess, that would be my concern as a resident. Yeah.
I agree. I think Punggol will be tight. I expect for Punggol, West Coast, Tampines, the ones that are in play, the GRCs, expect the opposition to get at least high 40s. If they don't win, I expect them to get at least high 40s. So Punggol is very much in play, probably 50-50 at this point in time. I do think that that Preetam has sent quite a few arrows down the PAP's way, and I think he asked the pertinent questions. If Gan Kim Yong is so important, you cannot tell voters that you cannot vote him out because he's so important to Singapore because you are the one who put him in that position, right? So I think there's a bit of that. So it remains to be seen because Harpreet is carrying the team. I think not that the other three are not good candidates. That's not what I'm saying. But in terms of star power, right? Although you can say maybe Alia and Alexis have also earned some superstardom of their own, not at Harpreet's level, but Punggol is definitely. So I have Bukit Panjang, Tampines, Punggol, West Coast, Jalan Kayu in that order.
Wow. Okay.
The ones that are most in play.
Yeah. I went for the first WP rally. And the one that was like super muddy lah, all the white shoes came out,
White.
Not
and
white,
then they
hashtag.
turned it into a wonderful meme. And I'm a friend of Harpreet's, and I was kind of going there to hear him speak, but I was actually really impressed by Alia, at that speech. And then I think a couple of rallies later, I was also really impressed by Alexis. And so I feel that's a really strong team they have over there, man.
I agree. But the PAP team, I think Sun Xueling is also, from what I've heard,
Very
speaking
popular
to Punggol residents, like she's really well loved there. And it also, when the PAP says that if we win, this person is going to be the chairman of the town council, that tells me who's carrying the team. And they've done this for Bae Yam Keng in Tampines and Sun Xueling in Punggol. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think those two are carrying the team in terms of, and so the battle I think will be won or lost in Tampines and Punggol on this. If people value town council management more, then the PAP will win. If they value parliamentary representation more, the opposition will win. Which is why the PAP is doubling down on this is going to be the chairman of town council. The PAP didn't say, okay, PM King and Sun Shalin, they're going to represent you in parliament, right? So that is where I see the battleground is at.
So let's just make a quick shift in that. And Elvin, if you could share some thoughts on this, like this whole debate about do we value town council, municipal type activities from our MPs, or do we want them actually to be our representatives in parliament in terms of policy making? Where is Singapore in that shift? What's your sense of that?
I don't think there's any shift in the sense that, since the late 1980s, we already had this kind of dilemma, right? Your vote represents two things. Your member of parliament represents two things. That either there are some that you are voting for basically someone who has to do two jobs. The first job being the town council management, and the second job being representation in parliament. However, I will say the only thing that might be a little bit more discriminatory or give us a little bit more kind of sense of how that thing might work is we might think of it as a GRC team. In a GRC team, maybe you could potentially say some people are more assigned towards town council work and assigned towards grassroots work, and other people, such as the political office holders, are more inclined towards parliamentary representation, making some speeches in parliament, right? And so they could, within the GRC, they could potentially divide their time that way. So I think, if I'm not wrong, when Minister Shanmugam was introducing his Nee Soon team, he actually made that claim. He said, I have 4 new faces with me. 2 of them are potentially political office holders. 2 of them are very good at grassroots. So my inference from that kind of description of his team is that there are going to be 2 people who is going to be really grassroots oriented, who's going to really take care of town council management, most issues. And of course, the other MPs, they're not going to dismiss their meet the people sessions and things like that, but they will primarily be focused on parliamentary representation or working within the cabinet, right? So if you look at the team, then if you look at Punggol, for example, Punggol has 3 political office holders. So you have Minister Gam Kim Yong, you have Sun Xuelin, who is the MOS, Minister of State, and then you have Mr. Janil Puthucheary, who is the Senior Minister of State, if I'm not wrong. So you have 3 political office holders, which potentially suggests that maybe, potentially, hypothetically, that this
so many disclaimers.
that this town council management has not been done very well, right? And Walid has talked about the people who are carrying the team. Maybe we have to think about the people who are not carrying the team, who are burdened on the team, right?
Say more.
I feel like it's like a Venn.
Yeah, then we have to do the wing kind of thing already, right?
But I think there's a Venn diagram, like the people who are great in parliament, and then there are the people who are great at town council stuff, and then you get the unicorns that are good at both, and then you got the people who are good at none. I'm not gonna name names, but
no, but
there are some that are.
But
like
who is the
outside of
overlap?
them.
Who is in the overlap of the band?
Louis Ong is
Louis.
one, I would say.
Louis,
Yeah.
okay.
Sudhir, by the way, do you want to have our first guest in?
Oh yes. Why? This is a good time. Why don't we bring? Hey,
Oh, wow.
Preeti, what's up, dude?
Hi.
How are we gonna hear Preeti? Is there a way to hear Preeti? We can't hear
Can you hear me
yet.
now?
Trying to figure- Oh yes.
Hello.
Hey, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I have
Oh
a
man,
whole
you got
bunch
a
of
big
friends.
party going on. Wow, how many people are there?
I think we have like 9 people in total, and we have 3 dogs, so a lot's happening.
That's great. Hey, tell us what you've been up to, man. The last couple of weeks. I know you've been interviewing politicians as you usually do. Thanks so much for doing that. By the way, I remember watching a lot of your GE2020 interviews with like Chi Sun Juan and others. I actually haven't watched any of yours this time around, but yeah, like what have you been up to?
Okay, so right now we're actually playing a drinking game. So every time someone says certain words, we're just gonna drink. So mandate. Yes.
No matter whether it's a strong mandate or a weak mandate.
Oh, two more times, guys. 2 more minutes. Okay, but the last couple of weeks have been pretty hectic, and this GE, I mean, of course, I tried to reach out to as many people as I could, as I had the capacity to interview. So I reached out to quite a few candidates. And this was before nomination day. So I reached out to a bunch of people who ended up not even being candidates this GE, like Louis Ong, like Tan Wu Meng. So I reached out to them, and I eventually realized they're not candidates. So it was like I did get replies from everyone though, so that was quite nice. And for the first time, I actually did reach out to people who were from the ruling party, because last GE, I was just very focused on, hey, you know what, I want to use my platform to kind of like spotlight opposition voices, because I really don't think they get enough, media attention, of course, in mainstream media. So that was my
Preetipls
goal.
is becoming mainstream.
Oh, wow. No, but I really thought it would be nice to have a prata shop date with my MP, and my MP was previously Dr. Tan Wu Meng. So after I found out that he's no longer contesting, I was like, okay lah, I will just reach out to whoever I can, because at the end of the day, it's just myself and a very small team that needs to get these edits out and everything before today, right? Before yesterday, actually. So I did whatever I could, and I only managed to interview Dr. Chi as well as Liana Demira from RDU, but I was very happy with both conversations, so happy they made the time to speak to me, and it was, really amazing conversations I had with them.
Yeah, no, thanks for putting all that out. And like where did you vote? Like you voted?
So I am
this morning.
at Jurong, this morning I am at Jurong East Bukit Batok now. Previously just Jurong GRC lah. But I live in Clementi, so I am part of the Jurong East Bukit Batok GRC. So it was PAP and RDU.
So who's your new who took over Tan Wu Meng? Or like
is this new candidate called David Ho? He's been to my house twice. I've met him.
He's been to your house twice.
Wow.
Twice.
So
one
how's the
with
conversation
Dr.
been
Tan
like?
one was before nomination day lah. So Dr. Tan was still my MP, right? So he was actually there with Dr. Tan, but I didn't notice because I didn't know who he was yet. And then a month later, when he was announced as a candidate, they visited my house again, and the volunteers introduced him, like, can we introduce you to your candidate? I'm like, sure. Yeah, so I met him twice technically.
Hey, but generally speaking, in your your social media life and activity and all that, are you going to start doing more like political type stuff, or is it mostly during GE that you will sort of like shift to this? Have you thought about I mean, why don't you challenge Walid, man? I would love to see you doing a Teh Tarik instead of Walid.
I'm down whenever, hit me up. But I think for me, of course, I was joking with my friends about how I come alive every 5 years because I feel so like this is clearly what I'm meant to do. Like go have conversations with people who are running, go highlight important voices that people need to hear. So I definitely am open to, I think post GE, of course, I'm open to like continuing this Prata Shop Date conversation with other people who, whether they were running or not. And I mean, I would love to have a Prata Shop Day with Louis Ng, would love to have a Prata Shop Day with people I've reached out to who have expressed some kind of interest, whether or not they were candidates this GE, and I mean, just for the work that they have done thus far, or like the work they intend to do. So I'm very happy to keep this going. And yeah, I think my content has always been a little bit political. I mean, I think people who follow me for a long time, they know everything I've been saying for a long time. So I think that won't change lah. Definitely, it's still going to be using comedy and satire to say a lot of things that I want to say.
Okay, what are you? Go ahead, Walid. Go ahead.
No, I didn't.
So what is going to surprise you tonight? Like what would be a big surprise for you tonight, in terms of the results? Like what might shock you, one way or the other, or whatever? Like
shock me.
Yeah.
Shock me is if nothing changes from last GE. That might shock me. Like if it's still the same, whoever was incumbent last GE is still gonna be the same, and it doesn't like change in any GRC or SMC at all. That would definitely shock me.
Okay.
I'll use a stronger word than shock. Yeah, I think Preeti is downplaying it a bit, right? I think that is, that's. I think for some people, maybe not analysts like us who are completely neutral, right? For some people, that would be quite devastating.
Just having the
If
same
we
thing
wake
lah.
up tomorrow and
Nothing changes.
nothing changes, 10 seats for the opposition in parliament, and we still need the NCMPs.
I know what
what
would be
you're saying
devastating for me lah.
What?
If you want me to mention that, okay, devastating to me would be if Bukit Panjang and Sembawang West are still PAP. That will be devastating to me.
What if one goes and the other?
I mean, I know I thought about it all. To me, in my head, I'm just manifesting for at least one. Two would be I would be extremely pleasantly surprised, but that is a rare feeling. So I'm not. I'm just gonna be. I'm wearing a T-shirt that says "Radical Optimism" for a reason.
Hope kills Preeti, but it is also the only thing that keeps us going.
Yes, it is.
Hey, did you
So,
go to any rallies?
fingers
Did you go
crossed.
to any rallies? Did you
I
go to
went
any
to so many
rallies?
rallies. Yeah, so I went to the first rally I went to was the SDP one on the first night, and then I went to the WP Temasek Junior College one. That was a big one. Then I went to PAP's rally in Jurong West Stadium, and I went to RDU's rally at School of Science and Technology, and then I ended it off with a final rally at PSP Jurong West Stadium, same location
Wow.
as the PAP. So I went to 5. I really wish I had the capacity to also make it to the independent candidates Jeremy's rally, because I watched the live stream and I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Yeah. It seems like you impressed a lot of people. Wow, you really made it round, man. Hey, so when you go to these rallies, is everybody like, oh, Preetipls is here?
I think I felt that for most of it, except the PAP one lah. Not gonna lie. So I think at the so a lot of people have asked me how being at the PAP rally was, and just to be, I definitely like some level of downplayed it on social media because I have my own opinions, but I was trying my best to be very like, this is really how it went. I'm just gonna speak facts. But I did get recognized by the brown people who were there, and it was nice because a lot of them were not like hardcore, like in white, like woo, they were just chill, like we just want to see what it's like here. We want to go to as many as we can, and a lot of them were first time voters. So I did speak to them because in my videos I actually interviewed rally goers as well. So got a lot of opinions in all my videos. It was very nice speaking to people. But it was quite interesting because the Jurong West Stadium, where I went to the PAP rally, was also the same location I went to the PSP rally on the final night. And the use of the stadium was completely different lah. Like I went in there for the PAP one and the entire field was closed. Like it was just the courtyard area and the stands. Then I went for the PSP one on the final night. The entire field was open and it was packed. It was so beautiful to see. And I was just like, this is the same place. And just a couple of nights ago I was here and it was a very different sight. So that was quite interesting lah for me to experience.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Preeti. I think you've given us so much of your time already. So nice to chat.
Thank you, Preeti.
Yeah.
Mandy.
I hope the prata overtakes the teh tarik.
Wow.
We should have a prata
Kidding,
shop.
just kidding.
A step from nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You finally find out today.
collab
Walid.
lah. Prata and teh tarik.
Prata.
Okay,
Teh
yeah.
tarik.
Why
Sounds
not?
like a great
Why
combo,
not?
right?
Yeah, that
We
would
need a
be great.
crossover,
That would
I
be great.
think.
Yes.
Yes, we'll do it after GE. We need to do it.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you for
Bye,
having
Preeti.
me.
Thanks
Have
so much for
fun.
your time.
Of course, no problem.
Hey, wah, suddenly kena cut off. Okay. Yeah, so we were in the midst of Punggol.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to pick up on a point about that she made, which was, she would be surprised if the status quo remains, right? There's no change.
Here comes the
in-
party
in-
pooping. Yeah.
in many
Go on.
like in any opposition parties, right? You just stay with 10 opposition party
Yeah.
members of parliament. You still have 2 NCMPs. If that is the case, right? Despite all of us feeling that it should be different, right? If that is the case, then it suggests that we should relook at ourselves, I think, and think about, are we going to be are we actually in an echo chamber on social media or in the people that we talk to, right? Because despite all the seemingly enthusiastic voices and sounds on social media, the status quo remains, right? And so I think we got to, if that happens, we got to kind of reevaluate who the Singaporean is listening to in terms of the messaging and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, let's pick up on that and like what would shock you all, like for me, my band is PAP vote 57 to 61%, right? Within that, I don't think I'll be shocked. If it's either side of that, I think I might be a bit shocked. In terms of actual politicians and numbers of seats, right? I think if the opposition loses any of its seats right now, I will be shocked. In terms of total numbers, lah. I think if it's status quo, I don't think I'll be that surprised.
I have heard some mutterings about Hougang stability. People shocked, yeah.
Is it?
But
What
I
is
don't know
going
how
on?
I don't know how true this is, lah. Because a few of my friends who stay in Hougang, they said that like there has been a lot of younger people moving into Hougang in the past couple of years, and they don't really necessarily feel the Hougang spirit because they've not been there from the start. So that might change the demo. I don't know how much it's gonna change, but like they were saying that. And also I think maybe it's time to like think of switching up the candidate for Hougang to like a younger person to better serve the demographic there as well. That's what I've heard a little bit. When I first heard it, I was shocked, but then I looked at it, I was like, okay, yeah, he's there, but
And who's the PAP candidate in Hougang?
the
the
guy,
fighter.
the fighter guy.
Marshall Lim.
Yeah.
The one who
Okay,
believes,
okay.
who is a lawyer,
Yeah.
who believes that Hougang people are fighters.
Yep.
I think that's the word that he used.
It's true, but the thing is, Hougang voters have been fighting against the PAP.
Yeah.
Not
They were
just
fighting
for the
for the
WP is
WP.
against it. So I think that's why he got it a bit wrong.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Sud. I think the vote share for me is more important than the seat share. The seat share, it's dependent on so many things. It could be, so what is the real tangible difference between 49.5 and 50.1? Right? In terms of telling us what the sentiments on the ground are in that particular constituency. But the national vote share, I think, is far more reflective. So whether it translates into seats, that's very dependent on specific circumstances. But the national vote share for me is the thing that would be more reflective. And let's say PAP gets above 65%, that would be a shock to me. That would be a real shock to me. I think 60 to 64, I think still, or as you said, 50, 58, 59, that wouldn't be a shock. But just psychologically for the PAP, if their vote share begins with 5, even 59.9, I think you can say it's a bit of a disaster for the PAP.
Oh, that's
even,
true.
Even if they retain the 10, they retain every other seat except for the 10 seats, but the vote share drops 50+%. I think that's a disaster for the PAP.
Because they've never had a
Never.
5 something, right?
Yeah.
Since 1959, I guess. Sorry.
Alternative scenario, what if the PAP's vote share is between, say, 61 to 65, which is decent for them, but they lose 1 GRC or they lose 2 GRCs? We suggest, right, that those GRC victories for the opposition are very marginal. And also the other smaller opposition parties are not carrying their weight.
But even when the smaller opposition parties are not carrying their weight, if there's a national swing, right, it reflects what people are feeling about the ruling party. right? So even in the previous ones, like we see even smaller parties get, like NSP in Tampines got 34%, 33, 34%. I doubt anyone voted for the NSP for the NSP. They voted. I mean, we are both Tampines voters. At that point in time, we never saw them. We still
No, like
haven't
the
seen them.
remarkable thing about NSP is that they've been contesting in Tampines for so long, but nobody has any loyalty to them.
And nobody knows them even, right? We didn't see them.
You know, like I heard today as I was voting, and also in my neighborhood, that a lot of people were upset with them for like contesting in Tampines. You know, there's no like, oh, but they've been here for so many years. None at all. So like, yeah, but I think like the smaller opposition parties are really there for us to express our frustration, you know. Nobody really votes. I mean, like even SDA in Pasir Ris, right? They also got like quite a good number.
Quite a good number. So I think there's a comment here that if Goh Ming Seng gets more than 5%, that would be a shock.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would say like less than 1%. I'm gonna bet.
Yeah, I think between 1 to 2 probably.
Yeah.
You've said that you think he'll lose his deposit.
I'm very
Definitely
confident
losing.
both of them.
Wait,
will.
just remind us,
NSP and
lose deposit is what?
12.5.
12.5.
12.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely losing.
Hey, since you're moving in that direction, why don't we talk about Tampines? Since we have two Tampines,
Yes.
Tampines
Tampines residents.
Tampinesians, whatever.
Adopted son of Tampines. She's a daughter of Tampines.
I'm a natural born.
Okay, wait. How long have you all actually been living in Tampines?
6 years for me, but I used to live in Simei, so that's adjacent to Tampines. I went to school in Tampines. I played at playgrounds in Tampines. You know, PAV politicians like to do that, but I really
parks in Tampines.
I really did that. Yeah, but Anngee, your entire life.
My entire life minus the years that I was out of Singapore and like maybe 2 years in Bedok, but generally like all the way Tampines.
So is this like the most excitement that Tampines residents
100%
have felt for forever lah?
I think the thing about
in our
Tampines
lifetimes.
being a stronghold is one, like the town management is pretty well done. I would say probably one of the better done towns in Singapore. So a lot of Tampines people are very happy about that. But the second part is like we've never really had like a strong opposition come, you know, so it's always like it's always just the people who are pro-opposition. It's not people who want to evaluate policies and think seriously about whether the opposition can bring them something. So I think this time around with the WP, we get that finally. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
never been
nice.
tested, this idea that Tampines is a PAP stronghold.
Yep.
I mean, how do you know? As in, we've never had a really strong opposition. And the first time we are having a strong opposition, the Prime Minister had to come, the Senior Minister had to come. So I would say that they are quite nervous about it. They're quite nervous about it. Tampines is probably amongst the GRCs. I expect Tampines to be even closer to Punggol. But when I speak about Tampines, I mean, you must take it with many pinches of salt. Yeah. So it's
the entire bottle of salt.
Some of it is analytical, a lot of it is aspirational when it comes to Tampines. But I would say this, since we are on Tampines, that I have never seen as much vitriol to a PAP minister as what I've seen to the anchor minister in Tampines. Online, I mean. And that's Minister Masagos. And this has been going on for a few years, but it really took the cake when the Kelvin Cheng incident happened, because Masagos was involved in that as well. And this actually, I would like to, if I could, have a message for Minister Masagos as well.
Please.
Based on his closing rally speech. He apologized to people, his constituents. I say this as the multiplicity of three of my identities, right? I'm a Tampines resident under him. I'm a Muslim in Singapore. He's the Minister of Muslim Affairs, and I'm also a political analyst who tries to look at online sentiments and try to talk to people. And he said he apologizes for his shortcomings, and I've never seen him done that before. I hope that it's not just part of election rhetoric, and it's something I think we all should welcome. Of course, whether he wins, and I wanted to say this before the results come in. So while he's still minister, right? So that people don't think that, oh, just because he's lost, you said this. So I would like that even whether he wins or he loses, even if he loses as a former minister, he has some standing. So hopefully he can extend an olive branch to people who have been critical of him, if the apology is really sincere and well meant, and people like myself, I think, would be happy to reach out and maybe have conversations with him. Hopefully, we don't just see this as just part of election strategy. You know, when you smell something's gonna happen, then you apologize.
Have you invited him on your show?
Yes, I have. He hasn't accepted.
When did you invite him on your?
Maybe a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Oh, so some time ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
okay.
I'm happy to have him on anytime, or anybody on anytime.
He's takut lah.
I don't know. I don't want to say that. Maybe he's busy. You know, he's a minister, and my views are not that many. So maybe he has other considerations. But I did have Bayam King on. 2 days before cooling off day, maybe, and I had Faisal Manap the day before cooling off day. And I really think Tampines is a battle between Faisal Manap and Bayam King. I think so. I think Anngee, maybe you can attest to this, that Bayam King is really, in spite of your personal grievances, Bayam King is really popular in, and I've seen this with my own eyes. And in fact, we have a few Tampines residents here, right? Liana is a Tampines resident, and people outside his constituency, all within Tampines GRC, we got a letter from him that this was the day before cooling off day.
We had 4 separate letters. One was the Tampines plan, one was Lawrence Wong Face, the third was another Tampines plan, and the last one was Bayam King.
Bayam King, even not in his constituency.
So 4 separate letters,
Yes.
apparently,
And one else
from
just had
Bayam King.
one template.
I just want to say, right, that also BM King, outside of his MPS, he also has this like Kopi Talks thing that where he just like has a kind of almost like a town hall with his residents, which is what a lot of people have been asking for after the the MPS that was disrupted by the activists, right? So like he's been doing that for quite a long time. So like unlike what Walid said, I don't have anything against him. He just irritated me recently, but that's all.
Why did he irritate you? He's irritated me also, so I'll go after you.
No,
You go first.
and also,
I like Bayam King.
I have to say that I like him. I think he's very well liked. He's always in my area, like walking the ground, and like people just love talking to him, especially aunties. But recently, like I think there was a bit of a breach of data protection because like he had my email probably from town council, and then like he sent me an email soliciting support for the PAP from his PAP account. So I wrote back to him and I was like, okay, sorry, how did you get my email for like to ask me to support PAP? I didn't subscribe to the PAP newsletter. So then he gave me like a very vague answer. Then I knew he was going on Walid's Teh Tarik, and then I was like spamming that question in his life. So that's it.
And he said his answer was he's lazy, so he collapses all the email accounts into one.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I can relate to that. I mean,
but it's still like very messy though, like digital hygiene.
You can.
I think that's forgivable.
No. My main issue is my main issue is a historical one, and maybe it's a bit unfair on him for me to talk about this lah. But he apparently was in 2007 one of the OG of the setting up of the PAP IB lah. You know, when the PAP IB was set up, Bayam King apparently was quite heavily involved in that.
Oh,
right?
really?
This was 06, 07, way back when lah, right?
Because he was very young at that time. Very familiar.
So maybe it's unfair on him in that maybe it's not a task that he wanted to do. Maybe and certainly the beast that has evolved now, right, is not something they might have foreseen back then in 2006, 2007 lah. Because the PAP-IB, I think it's gotten a bit better in the past couple of years, but they can be very vicious and nasty to a lot of people online lah, right? And so that's my main issue with him,
right?
His the role he played in the setting up of the PAP Internet Brigade, whatever it is. Yeah, I
think sometimes like when it comes to these things can snowball quite drastically, and you don't really know like what direction it's gonna take. But I think internet culture has also like, because I'm a troll, right? Like I've been.
You are a great troll.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
you're
welcome.
Yeah.
Do we need a break?
Break? What, everybody's taking a
Just
break?
getting into momentum.
Oh,
Like- no,
we're all taking a break. Everyone's on break. Oh,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Then we should
Within
take the
an
audience.
hour, we'll take a very
yeah, we
short
should
break.
take their audience, right?
Yeah,
If
we
they're
should
on
take the
break, we
audience,
shouldn't be
yeah.
on break.
Oh, no break. We should
Yeah.
take the audience. Oh, I actually feel like we can be quite casual about our breaks, in the sense that if any of you wants to
Yeah.
go off, just go off.
Mm.
How do you all feel? Sorry, we're sort of making this up as we go along. So how do you all feel? Do you all prefer like fixed breaks, or you
No,
can?
I think we can go as and when.
Yeah,
I think we can go somewhere.
if you guys over there are fine to just keep,
Oh.
then we don't need a fixed break, man.
If you need to cry,
we'll
the
just
results
we'll
come.
take turns going when we need to go lah. It's fine. Yeah, let's just keep going.
Maybe I'll chime in a little bit on Tampines, if I may, because
From an
I
impartial
spent 10
observer.
years in Tampines actually.
Wow,
Wow.
everybody is a son of Tampines
Salah.
now.
My parents still stay in Tampines.
Oh, okay.
Every
literally
other
son
week,
of
I will
Tampines.
go to Tampines to visit my parents to have like dinner, or we'll have dinner outside and stuff like that. Let's just say beyond the who is a better MP and so on and so forth. As someone who's stayed in Tampines quite a while, I would say the infrastructure in Tampines has improved quite a bit.
Mm.
Right, you have the downtown line with the Tampines East and Tampines West line. In addition to
Our Tampines hub.
yeah, and then you have our Tampines hub, which is so fantastic with like nice swimming pools, nice hawker center,
The library.
very big and spacious, library upgraded. I would say infrastructure-wise, they have not neglected Tampines, and Tampines has done very well. Actually, even ahead of other neighborhoods, right? You can see like, only recently is Toa Payoh going to have like a redeveloped hub. But Tampines has it already,
Yeah.
right? You don't, and Toa Payoh is supposed to be our oldest neighborhood in Singapore, but Tampines already got the Tampines hub. And then Tampines hub with all the 3 different shopping malls, Tampines Mall, Tampines One, so on and so forth. I think is really like kind of like the quintessential like Singaporean heartland, and the PAP has done a very good job making sure all your covered linkways are well done. All your cycling tracks are very well done.
This is starting to sound like an
Yeah.
advertisement to like buy a property in Tampines.
I am waiting for the butt. Like,
Yeah, so I think
is that a butt? Okay.
for people who do care about town council estate management in terms of all these infrastructure, that you have a covered linkway and so on and so forth.
But isn't it like
yeah.
they already built so many things for us already?
Yes.
Now we can vote
That is
for
the
the other
other-
party.
that
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
the counter
you don't
part.
need
Right?
you don't need the
Right.
extra money, right?
So
Like, everything has been
actually
done.
what
already.
Elvin said is true. So one Tampines resident said to me, we already have three malls and one Tampines hub, and our Tampines hub is really good.
It's great.
It's
I
really
love
good.
it.
You compare to Bedok hub, my mother-in-law lives
Yeah.
at
But
no, it's great as well, but it's just dead. It's dead. So Tampines hub is quite lively, and so my response was, how many malls do you need before? That was what. How many more malls would? So what is the consideration? Is it what Anngee said, or is it what Elvin said? Right? Is it gratitude? We already have this. We're gonna vote for this. Where I would also maybe just to add even more nuance to the Tampines discussion is, people do vote based on party. People vote based on candidates as well. And you look at the PAP team, 2 of them are new, and I don't think they're impressed with their.
Oh my god, baby face. No.
I wasn't
Baby
going to go.
face,
I was going to go for the sun and correlation and causality.
I can't imagine
the
seeing her
sun-
face in my
So I think
posters.
okay. So I'm sure the 2 of them are great, are very capable, but people always remember the first speeches, right? And I said this to Megan the other day, and I said that for the PAP candidates, your first speech, you don't need to impress. You just don't screw up. Live to
Yeah.
fight another day. I think the opposition has to impress more for their first speeches. I think
Yeah.
the two of them didn't do a great job. They are the subject of many memes now.
Yeah, I think like
Especially-
the first impression of her, right? And I found out she was in Tampines. Like my immediate reaction was like, why is she in Tampines?
Isn't she a NTU prof?
Yeah, and your point is
It's like your colleague lah.
yeah, but I don't know.
Fine.
He's saying that you should be nicer. I think is what he's trying to
as in,
say.
again, I don't know them personally. This is nothing personal or
Right.
I'm just saying that the impression. And then Dr. Ko Po Kun, not exactly the most popular person. Again, this is just
Everybody has a
popularity.
car,
This
mister.
is yes. So this is popularity, not about capability. And then Minister Massago. So if you look at it, 4 out of the 5, I would say, are not the strongest candidates. Which is why, even before nomination day, I think I was one of the few who said that Tampines is very much in play. I said that, and a lot of people were not even putting up Tampines as one of those in play. So I still think that that Tampines is okay. Just now I just saw a comment that Walid is saying in play too much. Okay, I'll try. Tampines is up for grabs.
Up for grabs.
And I do think that it will be, and WP sent one of their heavyweights there as well, Faisal Mana. But the converse is also the 4 WP candidates are new. They haven't made bad impressions. I think Michael actually has made a very good impression, but they are still new. So that's why I say it's Faisal versus Bay, right? So Bay is carrying the team and Faisal is carrying the team.
Yeah. No, I've been really impressed by Michael. Yeah, very articulate young chap. I just want to say something very quickly, which is, you talked about the malls and the infrastructure and all that. And for me, as a Pasirisian or Parisian or whatever we call ourselves, right?
So atas.
Moving from, I always feel this great Singapore tension when I travel that stop from Pasir Ris to Tampines, because there's a part of me that is like, holy shit, I'm entering commercial Singapore, and I'm leaving behind my wonderful kampong in Pasir Ris, and like it's built up Tampines, right? But then there's another part of me which is like, everything is so much more convenient here, including the Tampines hub, and including that wonderful rojak stall.
The best rojak
across
in
the
Singapore,
road from the temple.
Wait, what is this rojak store you're talking?
You don't know.
I've never been.
Dude, you gotta go
Rojak.
there, man.
God.
Wait,
No,
what?
Tampines
That's the
Okay.
best.
Oh,
Best
sorry.
rojak in Singapore
Oh my
for
god,
sure.
did I just revoke my own Tampines card?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway. So, what would we think might happen in Tampines? Do we want to speculate or
I think it's gonna be like high 40s.
I agree. At least high 40s.
Yeah.
high
If
40s for WP?
WP.
WP.
If WP doesn't win, I think it's going to be at least high 40s.
I think Goming Singh's party.
Yeah, I
Goming
think
Singh's
both of
party
them-
is probably gonna be like 1 to 2%,
Agreed.
and then NSP maybe like 3 to 5%.
Oh, that's very high.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be 1 or 2 also.
I'm trying to be nice to them because I feel a bit sorry for them. They've always been around like and then putting up posters and doing all the work. Then nobody loves them. It's a bit sad.
Yeah, there's no PPP
Sorry.
posters, by the way. It's only NSP.
Thank God.
Few of them.
So this worry. I mean, you guys talked about it on the call last week, but there's no worry that the multi-cornered fight might split the vote lah. In your opinion,
I'm
And
not
don't-
too
Yeah,
worried.
not a strong split lah.
Yeah. Unless it's 49%, and then Gomeng Singh takes 1%, NSP takes 0.7%, and then it matters.
Thank you.
My suspicion is it wouldn't.
so it's pretty much going to be a 2-horse race.
I think it is a straightforward two-horse race.
So the other thing I wanted to touch on, if you all don't mind, is scandals. The theme of scandals. I guess we've had quite a few over the past few years, and I personally didn't expect. Maybe I was naive. I didn't expect the income alliance thing to sort of grow the way it did over the last 2 to 3 weeks. I think a year ago, if I had thought about it, I would have thought, is Ishwaran going to make an impact? Is the Preetam Singh case going to make an impact? Are the two separate affairs? Actually, the big one for me is as well is the Redoubt Road saga. I would love to also get your thoughts on that. To what extent you think the Redoubt Road saga has led to some disaffection, amongst the electorate. So if we could talk about the theme of scandals, maybe for the next, I don't know how many minutes. I think that might be interesting. If anybody has any thoughts, let's take NTU. Let's start with income. I mean, did you all expect this to be a big election issue the way it's turned out to be?
I think
Oh,
it's sorry.
Go.
Yeah, I think it was a lot in part because the ex-CEO like wrote so many like Facebook posts and open letters to both Ng Chee Meng and then also Gan Kim Yong, and then just wrote a lot of details about the whole thing and how he wrote to them and they never replied and he never got a reply and he's still asking them for answers, right? And I think that probably galvanized a lot of it because I didn't expect it to be such a big deal even with Ng Chee Meng running. So I think it was a lot of that.
I think because it's an SMC as well, I think it has been heightened. There's no hiding, right, for an SMC. So that's why it came out in the way that it came out. But also because Ng Chee Meng, again, when we rank candidates and we rank ministers, there are stronger ministers, there are weaker ministers. Again, it's not about capability, it's about popularity. And you would say that Ng Chee Meng has never been one of the more popular ones for whatever reason, right? So
to put it mildly,
You're being so kind, Walid. So
as a
nice.
neutral academic,
Such
right?
a nice.
So I think, and that shows in this particular one. So it's WP that's contesting against them, and Jalan Kayu has a pretty young demographic as well. I think all the factors are against Ng Chee Meng actually. The one thing that I would say is the WP candidate, Andre, I interviewed him. He's in his early 30s. I was extremely impressed by him. Eloquence, intelligence. I think he will do well. But whether he'll be hampered by him not being a big name, I don't know. We'll see. But again, if he doesn't win, I do expect above 45 for him. If he doesn't win, but at least above 45.
Is the Telegram fuck thing a big deal or not?
I don't know, man. I think it's overplayed. I know Nick has some views. He commented on my Facebook post, which I don't know. Anngee, what do you think?
I think for the younger generation, it's generally not a big deal. But for the older generation who are still quite sensitive to the use of the word fuck, and I think probably the most egregious one was one where he was talking about the resident that he was trying to help, and where they called him every day and he was upset about that. I think probably that's the one that most people cling on to the most. But honestly, it's hard to kind of tell because I don't know how widespread this is. Because for me, it seemed like more like an online thing. I don't know if people offline really got the leak and scandal as much as it seems like online.
Yeah.
So although it was splashed all over the Chinese newspaper, that I know for sure.
Oh.
Because it was in my house and I saw it like front page. Yeah.
I think the income alliance thing is that is going viral now is reflecting of like a couple of things, right? Number one, the way it was kind of resolved at the end of last year left a lot of questions unanswered. And so at the time, like kind of people left it hanging around, but as they mentioned, the ex-CEO of Income came out to put more questions, right? Really kind of raised back the issue again. But I think also number two is that, the brand NTUC, right? It's very, very, very strong brand amongst like ordinary Singaporeans, heartlanders, right? You go to NTUC, fair price to buy your groceries. You have, NTUC insurance for travel, for life, for motor insurance. The brand NTUC has a kind of trust, right? My barometer is always my parents, right? Because, they trust the brand that the brand will not take advantage of them, that the brand is for their best interest, that is going to give them a good deal, right? And to just have this idea that, Income NTUC income can be just sold off like that, right? And not just sold off without any clear plan for greater expansion, but it's going to be reduced to a shell of itself with the capital extraction, right? It just doesn't sit a lot well with people, I think. So I'm trying to look from the very ordinary middle income Singaporean point of view, right? About how this brand is has been throughout Singapore's history so long and dear to them that they've grown up with it, right? And the way that it was resolved last year was really unresolved in a lot of questions.
So there was always a potential for it to be brought up
Yeah,
again.
there was always a potential for it to be brought up. And I think after the elections, no matter who becomes the minister or whatever it may be, I think Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has got to take some action to try to clarify the entire deal again.
To sort of revitalize the strength of the NTUC brand for a lot of people.
Yeah, revitalize the strength of a lot of NTUC brand for a lot of people. Have a very clear resolution about what went wrong and how we're gonna improve, right? Maybe not Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, but maybe someone from the NTUC board has to come out, right, to say, okay, this is the next steps for NTUC. This is the vision that we're going, since we can't do acquisition by alliance. Yeah.
But I think one of the other thing that kind of was also a topic was they're not just selling it off; they were selling it off to foreign company, right? And the idea of our labor union selling off the insurance part, which covers and protects Singaporeans, off to a foreign company was very alarming for a lot of people. And because it's kind of following in the footsteps of a lot of other companies that have been sold off to foreigners, brands that we were proud of, like corporate brands that we were proud of, that no longer belongs to Singapore. And I think that creates a lot of unsettling feelings in us. Are we just going to sell everything off to foreigners or what? Are they going to sell us? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just
They
kidding.
might. We might.
No,
We've already
Yeah,
been
just think
sold.
of selling 51% of SIA off.
Yeah.
Or 51% of Singtel off. Right. I think it's gonna hurt people's hearts.
I mean, the thing as a journalist that I was really shocked by is that you had these two senior people, Tan Swee Che, I think I'm probably mispronouncing his name, David Leong, ex-PAP branch chairman, PAP member, writing these open letters. I don't know when this has happened in previous elections, some people so senior writing these open letters. And the mainstream media did not have dedicated coverage of it. They did not have dedicated coverage of it. And instead, they had dedicated coverage of Andre Lo's fuck Telegram message. And I was like, you guys, it's totally off, man.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
totally. And sorry, go ahead.
What's up? Yeah. Okay, guys. We are going to take a short break. You can leave. You guys. Yeah, but they want a break, right? So what do you want to do?
And then the break.
Okay, can. But wait, I want to go back to mainstream media later.
Okay, let's go to mainstream media later. But
I do have something to say.
Write it down.
We got
as a straight fan, thank you for the graphics. Yeah.
We got Ji Leong Ko calling in from New York City. Ji Leong is a poet, founder of Singapore Unbound, written many books, and apparently is waiting to be patched in.
I just do the feelers, okay, while we wait.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, the mainstream media is also related to cooling off day.
Oh my God.
Mainstream media being I guess not one
Oh,
side. Oh yeah,
Jilong.
yeah, please.
Hey, G. Thank you for your patience. Can you hear us? Maybe not. Can you hear us, G?
Can you say something?
He can't hear.
You
Yeah.
can't hear us?
Can you hear us?
His audio is not working. Maybe.
So the chat is saying that video cut off. I don't know which video.
I think
is
just
cut off.
for one.
Oh, okay.
We came back already,
It's back. Okay.
Hi there, can you? Hi, Sudhir and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
can
can
you-
hear you.
can
Can
you
you
hear
hear
Yes, I can hear
us?
all of you very clearly. Can you hear me?
Perfect, man. Perfect. How are you?
Yes, I'm speaking. I think there's a bit of a lag.
Yeah, how are things in New York City? Did you vote?
The light's pretty bad.
Oh no.
Ah. Hi, G.
Is he using a LAN connection rather than a
Yeah,
Wi-Fi?
very, very well.
10-second delay.
Wow.
Oh man.
Maybe
That's
we
fine.
might have to.
You know, this just
Yeah,
goes
I
to show
voted
the-
in New York City yesterday, Friday, because that's when the consulate, the Singapore consulate in New York City was open for voting.
Hey, G. Since the lag is really bad, right? Maybe I'll just ask you like one question, and then you could just tell us about it. Like just give us a sense for what it's like for Singaporeans in New York City who are voting. What's the sentiment there? What are people feeling? I guess this election there are more overseas voters than ever before. Just I'm going to stop soon, but just tell us what it's like to be a Singaporean voting in New York City lah.
Alamak.
I love the expression on his face.
Come back.
This might be the time for our break.
Sure. When I went to vote at the consulate, I happened to run in a couple of Singaporeans who are actually voting as well. Yeah. And I spoke to a couple of them and asked them about how they're voting.
I think
Um,
we have to. It's a bit hard lah. I think we might have to cut this interview lah.
Yeah.
It's a bit tough. Liana, we might have to cut this
Yeah,
interview. Sorry.
and one of them was saying that the issue that most concern him is about the dominance of just one party in the government, because of course here in Trump, we are seeing authoritarianism at work here.
Thanks, G. I don't know if you're going to get this in the next 5 minutes or not, but thanks a lot. We might have to. Liana, can you? Are you? So let's switch back. Thanks. Sorry, everybody. We tried to get New York City online, but it didn't happen.
The Trump tariffs, bro.
It's the Trump tariffs.
Just goes to show how American infrastructure.
Oh.
Not
American
very good.
infrastructure.
Not very good.
Not like
Correct.
Tampines infrastructure, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not like Tampines infrastructure.
So Tampines over New York.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
of
go
course.
back to Walid had a point about the mainstream media.
Oh, you wanna take a break
let,
first?
let me just hang on and ask out. Are you guys okay with leaving the wide angle on while we talk, or you actually want all of us to leave the room? What? Why do we need a break? Who needs a break?
Toilet break?
Then you just go for your break lah. Just leave the wide angle on. We can keep talking.
To fix tech stuff. Oh,
What?
Yeah. Tech stuff.
What? So yeah, what tech stuff? Anybody needs a break? Just go for your break. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because the four of us are fine to go on. Yeah.
I'm like sweating.
You see before 9:30 and the sample counts come out.
Yeah. The sample counts are going to
Thanks
come out
everybody
soon.
for your patience with this. As you know, we're still bootstrapping.
okay.
We're figuring things out.
It's okay, let's.
No, just
Yeah, you're fine, right? Well,
No, exactly. If they need a break, I'm fine either way. Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, okay, panelists, would you all like a break before the intensity of what 9:30?
I think maybe 5
Okay,
minutes.
okay, fine. Let's take a few minutes break. You can leave the camera rolling if you want, Jeremy, and just mute the mics. So we'll see you all soon, everybody. Yeah. Okay, peeps, we are back and we're going to pick up with the mainstream media's coverage of the election. Go, Walid.
Okay, I think actually generally they have done pretty okay. They have done pretty good. I think we see more coverage of the opposition candidates and so on. But there are a few things I would say. One is when they ran the articles on Nodaros and so on, I don't know whether they interviewed Nodaros or the WP for that during that one. So that was the first one. The second one was cooling off day. And I think it's the institution of the cooling off day. I think it doesn't make sense if in a dominant one-party system where the government is already the main newsmaker anyway, and then cooling off day will be reporting mostly. You look at the front page of the Straits Times and front page of the other newspapers, most of it is maybe 70% PAP and then 30%, 20% opposition. So I think cooling off day disadvantages them through the mainstream media in that way. Now, the counter to that, people say, but online media is mostly pro-opposition. I say, okay, I'm not here to defend online media or anything. First of all, I'm not paying for online media. That's the first thing. And second thing is,
you don't subscribe to Joe, ma?
No. I do subscribe to Joe. I do. So, but it's taxpayer funded, right? Second of all, I think we should just abolish cooling off day.
I think it doesn't make sense at all with social media because the thing is, right, like even if you don't put out new content, there's so much content and you can like and to boost the algorithm, which brings it onto your feed anyways.
Yeah.
And then, like everybody's just sharing stuff and there's just too many people doing it. Because I've seen a lot of people doing stuff they're not supposed to do on cooling off day, and the government just can't track everybody down and put them in prison or something. I don't know.
Cooling off day has to go. And then I saw this article yesterday, and I was thinking whether I wanted to mention this because they did call me on their show 2 to 3 times this time round. They called me tonight as well, but I've already committed to you 3 years ago. And Rita Harian, and they ran an article yesterday on cooling off day. The title was something along the lines of community leaders endorse Masagos. Community leaders in the Malay community. And then 2 of them, one was a fellow MP. Like fellow MP endorsed, and then it's like Preetam endorsing Faisal, will you put it in the on cooling off day? And then there's another one who was a potential candidate, another one trade unionist. I'm thinking, really? I think you're gonna do this on cooling off day where there's no right of response. And have you looked at the comments on your own articles whenever it involves Masagos? You know that at the very least, I don't necessarily have a problem with reporting those 3 endorsements, even though maybe I do a bit considering who those people are. But what I would say is not on cooling off day. And secondly, you need to report the ground sentiment as well, right? The sentiments that you have seen. But I think the cooling off day exacerbates that problem where the opposition cannot maybe respond to certain things that happen in the mainstream media.
So the first time we had cooling off day was in 2011, and I think this phenomenon of digital media and proliferation of stuff very quickly was really sort of taking off at that period of time. So my sense of cooling off day, like a lot of government laws, is that maybe there was a good rationale for it, but then of course the incumbent, the hegemonic power, will maximize it to its benefit once that thing is in place. Or do you have any sense or response to that, or any?
I don't know.
Or do you think it was just a poorly thought out thing, and we do not need a cooling off day?
I think the principle of cooling off day is still relevant, I feel, to some extent. The principle of the cooling off day being the idea that everyone just takes a break and everyone just cools down a bit and think a little bit harder before they make their choices on polling day. I think that principle still remains important, but the actual implementability of that idea that everyone takes a break and don't share anything, as they say it's difficult to actually enforce the rules, and it's difficult for the mainstream media to be seen to be fair if they report things in a certain way. But actually, I do feel that the cooling off day is actually somewhat useful, because the campaigning, because it's so short, has been very intense over the past few, like 1-2 weeks. And in fact, if you think about all the campaigning that was done before the writ of elections were called, we have been kind of in campaign mode for about, like, at least this budget day, which is like maybe 2 months, right? And it was just, because the campaign period is so short, everything has been squeezed into these like short 8 to 9 days. And there's a lot of media saturation out there. There's all these social media memes that you have to keep up to. There's all these podcasts that are coming out every single day on every other platform. And there's just so much to consume and to like keep up with. And so the other day I was just talking to my wife. Thank goodness there's cooling off day, so that like none of these platforms can put up anything. So maybe it's just age. I don't know.
No. I totally agree with you, and I'm sure my Jom colleagues at the back will agree with you too, that this year I actually felt, cooling off day is nice, man. It's like we finally have a break. It's just been so intense. But cooling off day is so weird. Jom has our pro bono lawyers, and I discussed many things with them, and cooling off day is one of those things that nobody can give me a straight answer about, man. Is it okay to post an Instagram story on the eve of cooling off day, knowing that the Instagram story will still last through cooling off day? There are all these permutations, right, which perhaps nobody thought of in 2011, right?
And the worst thing is, like, if you try to Google what are the rules for a cooling off day, like it's an article from very, very, very long ago that nobody bothered to update with, like, right now social media. So a lot of us, I think, who are content creating on social media, we like leave it till the very last moment, like right before midnight, I'm going to post something, and then you can see the whole thing for the next day. So I think that's how people are getting around it. And also some people don't even really care.
So Anngee, so like in 2020, I left my last post for right before cooling off day, and then I realized that was problematic because other people don't want to share, right?
Yeah.
So you don't get the traction of sharing and engaging once you cross into cooling off day.
Yeah.
So what we did at Jom this time is that our last like serious content came out on Wednesday night lah. So like a full 24 hours before.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the timing, right? Because like you want the things that you want to get shared, it has to go like at least a day before. And then the things that are like more fun or less serious, or you just want to put it out there for the sake of, like, then you can leave it to the last minute.
The sky is blue.
The sky is blue, yeah.
But I guess the sky is blue was a way for people to get around cooling off day.
No, but that one you can also post
correct.
like
exactly.
cooling off day.
So people were posting the sky is blue on cooling off day, right? So we'll start to have euphemisms and other stuff on cooling off day lah.
Yeah, so I think the institution, I get it. I mean, I enjoyed cooling off day as well, because I had just been covering it. But I don't think that is an institution that is useful for democracy. It's useful for us who want to take a break from that.
But you can do that yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need like a mandated cooling off day.
Sorry, just to ask the two poli-sci props, do other countries have cooling off days?
I remember actually when it was debated, cooling off day was debated. Sylvia Lim actually mentioned Russia as an example.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
really?
I remember in Parliament, she mentioned, and then she said then the state media would publish all pro-government articles. I remember this was back then, when it was. So there are other instances of cooling off days as well. Yeah. So I guess in principle, it does make sense. But I think it makes more sense in a mature democracy, actually, like UK or the US. But actually, even with social media, I don't think it makes that much sense. Right? Prior to social media, maybe yes. You're right. So even cooling off day, I was going through the post, as in the guidelines by ELD, and I wasn't sure what constituted a violation. And there were some gray areas as well. I tried to ask a lawyer about this particular video. And then she told me she's also not sure whether it could violate, but it could not violate as well. Yeah, exactly. So
The
so
thing
we
is, I think
didn't
they
know.
need to update the law or make it go away.
Yeah.
Because right now it's so like there are just too many loopholes and uncertainties, and I think for people who do content creation, it's very much like, should I or shouldn't I? And then you don't know really what to do.
But my sense is they deliberately want it to be hazy lah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
And-
case for many laws, right? Like they
Yeah.
just make it very vague so they can use it however they like.
Because I remember GE2020, I asked because apparently private closed group is allowed. So I asked whether I could have a webinar or something with 5,000 people or what, X number of people, and the ELD told me cannot. They think most likely
Oh.
it cannot. So it's like it's weird lah. Anyway, we still have no
No
early
sample
counts
counts?
or
Oh,
whatever
wow.
they are called. I don't
Sample
know.
counts.
Sample
Maybe
counts.
it's close.
Okay.
1 hour, 45
So
minutes.
let's move on back
Hopefully.
to our. I'm very interested in the scandals thing, man. Like, sorry, was there something else you wanted
No.
to?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Because
want to. Sorry.
Oh,
Can I just bring up like
yeah.
ST?
Go
So
for it.
like ST in the on social media, right? I feel like they're almost very fractured because first you got ST as the thread media, and then you've got ST being on social media where it's mostly helmed by their younger Gen Z people, and they've got this series called with their host called Jerry and Mandy, and the way that they covered the whole thing, right, like going to election rallies and stuff, it's so refreshingly honest and real, and it didn't feel at all like propaganda lah,
Oh.
and also they did make some videos on like ministers and stuff, and at first you think like, are they trying to help the PAP? But the way that they have edited it feels so much like satire. It walks the very fine line of, are they making fun of them or are they trying to help them?
nice.
Like the Task Force Men video, I was like, am I supposed to laugh at it, or am I supposed to laugh with him and be like, oh, he's so funny and cool? So I think that's really interesting.
Actually,
but I feel like
when I first saw the Task Force Man video from
Yeah.
ST, right? I actually didn't know it was from ST.
yeah, it's from ST.
And
I
then was
double
like,
ticked,
oh,
yeah.
ST
Yeah.
put this out.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
interesting.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, which is why like I think like there's a big split within like the ST right now in the way that they cover the news, where probably the younger people are saying that if we don't do this, no one's gonna tune into us. And then the older folks are like, we've got to do what we've got to do. So right now it just feels a bit like split, but it's quite interesting, I thought. And I'm kind of glad that there's at least some sort of internal restructuring or like push for something at least more fresh and more neutral. So that was nice to me in this election. Yeah.
One thing I learned about the media when engaging them this election cycle is that oftentimes the departments within the same organization, they don't talk to each other. And so sometimes I'll get a journalist from CNA emailing me or messaging me to ask me about my views. But then it turns out that, one is it's for print, and then either it's for like a show or it's for like maybe like a documentary or something like that. So they all somehow like they share the academics numbers or the analyst numbers around, but they don't necessarily talk to each other. So for ST in particular, I think they have like a new like kind of media or a video kind of a unit, right? And that's responsible for like kind of pumping out these like social media video clips online, as well as like the new podcasts, so on and so forth. And they, I think, have a kind of mandate, or they have a kind of angle to want to move towards lighter forms of engagement, right? Which they think that they can attract more viewers there online, right? Which they could potentially divert to, say, the more serious stuff, right? But they start from the more lighthearted manner take on things. And I think, if that's a strategy that they think is worth pursuing, just go ahead, right? But that doesn't, they don't necessarily kind of talk to each other.
Yeah, the generational divide in MSM is very interesting. I think especially now, man, when mediums and formats are changing so much, as opposed to like generational divide in the 80s or 90s when it was still mostly print, right?
Yeah,
Whereas
and-
now
yeah.
there's a huge technology divide as well.
And you can really see it in the formats that the Thread Media is doing, like the round table, which was like a disaster, and like the
Oh, man,
formal,
that was-
and the formal broadcast, they look so weird. It's all like they look like they're Gen AI or something. So weird.
Can we just pause? Oh, sample count.
Sample
count.
counts. Sample
Just cut in.
counts.
We
Okay,
are
yeah.
switching.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
Potong
Holy
pasir.
shit.
SMC, a three-cornered fight. The PAP Alex getting
Wow.
71% of the sample count. And then
That's a very
TNF
high.
PAR getting 8%, and SPP's Williamson Lee getting 21% of the sample count.
Last election was what?
Was 60%. So that's 11%.
Wow.
This shows that there will be a nationwide swing. Bukit Panjang.
Oh my god.
38%.
What is going on?
My goodness.
Oh my
so I
god.
think the other opposition parties are cooked, basically, if Prof. Tambaya is getting 38%.
That is insane. Wow.
54% for Stephanie.
Versus the PSP's step
Oh my
count
god.
with 34%.
This
This
is
is a
insane.
nationwide swing
That's all I have.
towards
Wow.
the PAP.
This is insane.
Pioneer.
In
Pioneer
didn't
is
get
40%.
40%.
Pioneer is
Wow.
two-thirds.
That means probably that's going to happen in Tampines and Punggol
Yeah.
as well.
Wow.
He is still very much
Is Sengkang even safe?
stronghold in this area.
So I would
think, you
say
know, for the PSP candidates
this
to
could be
make
a
inroads
start of a
over
trend
there,
where we are all wrong.
it's going to be a
Amazing.
As I mentioned at the start.
Yeah.
Just look at the sample count.
Oh
We
my
are
god.
get out of our echo chambers.
And it's
Well, I think it's more than echo chambers,
first timer. I mean,
right?
she's a new face, right? I mean, she's been a
I think it's just
former
looking at the
lawyer,
facts
yeah,
and thinking like,
filmmaker,
how
you
can
know,
anyone
so,
not vote for
this
Paul
perhaps-
Tambaya, right?
But also, I think it's more
going
than
on?
just the echo chambers thing, right? There must have been something that explains this national swing, right? And we need to get at it. What is it? Is it the flight to safety?
Yeah.
Is it this? I mean, if this goes on, if I won't be shocked if it's more than 65%, and that's I said 60% would be a disaster for Lawrence Wong. Above 65%,
It's like a win for
resounding
him.
endorsement.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
as good as an endorsement as it can be if it's above 65%.
Wow.
For Paul Tambaya to get 38%,
That's insane.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Paul would
At least 45 or something.
So I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but that probably means Tampines and Punggol are
Yeah.
not gonna go to the opposition as well.
I feel like
Jalan Kayu is not gonna go to
Sengkang
the
might be
opposition.
in
okay.
danger.
No. Okay. Wait. I think this is an
We're
interesting.
just spiraling on air.
No. This is an interesting conversation. and no, because we've not seen a WP count yet, right?
Well,
We've not seen a WP count yet.
true.
So can I just put this out there that
true.
is it possible that voters are discriminating more between Oppo parties lah?
No, that is
Yeah.
probably true. If that had happened without Paul Tambaya, I think you would have been right. Paul Tambaya got 46%.
Yeah, if you're talking about like a random, like smaller opposition party,
Okay.
that would make sense. But it's
No,
Paul Tambaya who got like 46%
He got
46% the last time. Yeah.
And I said I don't see any way that he will get below 46%. And I've just
Wow.
been proven completely wrong. So that's an 8% swing against Paul Tambaya.
So wait, no.
11% swing in favor of the PAP in Potong Pasir. 8% against.
Wow.
So even the more credible candidates, you still get 5 to 8. Let's say maybe you give the WP another 3% premium over Paul Tambaya. That's still a 5% swing from them.
So are we?
Oh man.
And if we are looking at a nationwide 5% swing against the opposition for the PAP, right? That means there's a high likelihood of losing Sengkang.
Yeah.
That's what
That's what
I
I was
thought.
curious about. So,
Yeah, I
so
think
I think we might
opposition
lose
supporters should
Sengkang.
forget about Tampines and Punggol already and now
We
just
just
worry
keep
about
Sengkang. Hello.
I really think so. I mean,
Wow.
I mean, maybe we don't know yet, but it just seems like
no.
the numbers are not looking good for the opposition. It's looking very, very
Very
good for PM
PAP.
Lawrence Wong because This is no longer just about moving Gan Kim Yong here or that. This is not about that anymore. This is just a resounding endorsement of the PAP and of Lawrence Wong. Yeah. This is 2015 numbers. No?
Correct. We are back to 2050, which is interesting because when Preetam has talked about, you see, we some of us, including me, have criticized Preetam and for not being more ambitious, for not moving out of Aljunied, and Preetam's retort has always been, remember 2015. Right? So what we've seen so far might actually vindicate Preetam's caution.
True.
Even when Cham Sitong was trying to expand, he lost Potong Pasir. So like, I mean, I guess no opposition ward is safe forever.
No. And I would maybe also talk a little bit about Pioneer SMC. Pioneer SMC is between Patrick Tay and Stephanie Tan from the PSP. And we thought that, well, Stephanie Tan seemed to conduct herself very well in various platforms. She represented the PSP well on the roundtable. But even she seems to be getting like just a third of the votes in the sample count.
What was the number just now for?
Stephanie Tan is 34%.
Okay, so the PSP got 35 in the previous election.
On average?
No, in Pioneer.
In Pioneer, right? So which means no change for the PSP.
Although this was a stronger candidate.
Stephanie, although she might be a stronger candidate, right? So no change for the PSP. If the national swing holds, right, that means that on average, if I'm not wrong, in the previous election across all PSP seats, right, the PSP won about 40% of the votes.
Yes,
right, on average. Yeah. So if there's still a national swing, then PSP is probably going to be reduced to about 1/3. 35%.
And PSP might be over as a party, as Walid has said earlier. I think we have Cherian George, who is waiting. And I see Cherian there. Cherian.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
I'm hoping we have less lag with you than we did with Ji Jong, but hopefully you can hear what we're saying.
I can hear you. Can you hear me fine?
Perfect.
Okay.
Have you seen the sample count?
Yeah, I saw a couple, so I can understand if you need to cut me off for the next ones. Don't be,
No.
Don't try to be too polite about it. I'm sure your viewers would rather see the sample count than me. So.
No. Just we were just reviewing the numbers, but thanks for joining us. How's everything in Hong Kong?
I'm in Singapore, but so
you're in Singapore.
I'll tell you how things are in Hong Kong next week.
But how is the whole election season for you?
Exciting as usual. I mean, the sample count you asked me about, I mean, I think to me it's significant that Paul Tambaya, who I think is universally liked, couldn't break 40%, which could either be because he's in such a big constituency that it's actually really very, very hard to reach everyone, or we are seeing the start of what will be a strong pro-PAP wave.
We have a sample count. Sorry.
Is there another one coming in?
No, it's fine.
No?
And I know, Cherian, you also wanted to have a chat on what Walid and I were just talking about, which was the mainstream media.
Sure, yeah. So today, it's not only polling day, right? It's also, in the rest of the world, it's World Press Freedom Day. So, I beg your indulgence to talk a little bit about the press.
Yeah, please.
I'm glad that you're doing this because, of course, the mainstream media do need pressure on it. I don't think we should imagine that we have sort of kind of transcended the need for effective mainstream media. They still matter. They still are the main source of news and information for a very large number of Singaporeans. So what they do or fail to do matters. So I'd say that in this election, it was not as bad as I feared, but still pretty bad in some ways. Channel News Asia, I think, is actually doing quite well. And I've been following, your competitor, And they've had some surprises, like, for example, Dr. Felix Tan actually saying that it was quite rich for the PAP to talk about negative campaigning.
PAP's ESL.
Sorry, we have sample count.
Sample count.
81%. Even Taman didn't
Oh
have
my God.
81%.
For Jurong Central.
Of the sample count.
You're
What?
still on, Charian, but we can all.
Okay.
Oh,
So
apparently we can all watch together. Apparently, so
Okay,
Okay,
Gombak
so this
and
very much looks like
Insane.
a strong PAP wave.
Sembawang West PAP 53.
Wow, the flight to
So
safety.
we
is
have one
insane.
more coming in. Sembawang West SMC. PAP's police.
I don't understand what's going
Chisun Chuan
on.
getting higher than Paul Kembayang.
Yeah.
That is
Wow.
Oh, Chee Soon Chuan has improved his
Oh
score.
my
That's
God.
interesting.
Yeah.
And
And
That,
then
that could be within the margin of error. Could be.
Yeah. But I don't remember what he got the last time, but it seems
he got 45% in Bukit Batu, and this is a new constituency for him.
Yeah, and it's a GRC too.
No, it's a SMC, SMC, and
No, I
he-
mean like right now he's contesting in GRC.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
SMC. So the maybe that could give some hope to WP supporters. I don't know.
yeah. So I mean, we could either be seeing.
Explanation. Sorry, yeah, Prof.
hey,
That's
go
very
ahead,
shocking.
Charian, go
Who
ahead.
got the 80
So we
something
could either be seeing an across the board pro PAP wave, or it could be that voters are being exceptionally discerning, right? And so there's going to be a very big difference between the scores that, say, PSP gets and Workers' Party gets. I mean, there already was more than a 10-point difference, if I'm not wrong, in the last election. Is that going to widen? But if there isn't, and we're talking about the across the board tide rising for the PAP, then Workers' Party is not going to gain any seats. So we don't know at this stage. But
same.
let me come back to the issue of the press. I mean, I do want to talk about it because before we actually know all the results, because I think either way it matters, right? So I said Channel News Asia is doing pretty good. I mean, and I think Felix Tan, your competitor on the other side, said that earlier that it's quite rich to hear the PAP talk about negative campaigning, sort of dripping with sarcasm. So my guess is that he will no longer be invited.
He can come to Jom.
Yeah.
But I wish him well. But I think even the anchors, Otelli, Arnold, being professional, is good to see. The Straits Times, another matter altogether. I think many people observed. Let me try and share this. Tried to pointed this thing out. This is.
We have a sample count for Jeremy.
Wow.
38% for an independent candidate.
That's very
pretty
good. Yeah, that's very good.
Charian became
That's,
Oh
that's
my
better
God.
than
Okay, wait,
Paul
wait,
Kembayang.
it's PAR. It's PAR, but that's crazy.
Wow. But
That is
that's
really crazy.
because in the past, you see even the weakest candidates still break 30%, right, in the last election.
Correct, 20+% at least, right? Yeah.
Oh, we've got one more.
We do have one.
Wow,
more
this
coming up
is
with our first
Choa Chu Kang.
GRC sample count is out.
incredibly
PPP
impressive
led by
performance by the
Tan Si Lek
PAP
getting
so far, man.
63% of the sample count versus the
Yeah.
PSP team with 37%.
I mean, let's just face it, it's going to be a national swing,
Yep.
right? It's by
Looks like
a huge, maybe
It
5
looks
to
like-
7%.
What we're seeing is a very discerning voter that has en masse decided that PSP is not for them.
He's done well. I mean, by all accounts, right? Would you agree, Dr.
But still, the Tambaya result does show us that it's more than just the discerning voter thing will matter, I think. But two things, right? Paul Tambaya losing, and also even the discerning voters never gave Taman 81 or 82%.
I think like it could also be like the younger generation like having the ability to vote, and I think the younger generation do put a lot of emphasis on how each candidate performs instead of just blindly going like I'm pro KP or pro opposition. So I don't know, because I've seen a lot of criticism from the younger generation going like, why are they all like that? Like what's going on with their especially for the smaller parties. Yeah, like they don't understand why these people are standing. Yeah, and so yeah, it's quite it's a little bit crazy.
So like sort of disillusionment with politics almost, is it?
I
Like,
think probably they haven't had a lot of experience with it, and then when they see people like PDP standing up and then go like look left, look right, a lot of them are like, are these clowns really running for parliament? So I think
yeah. So I mean, I guess Cherian, like to what extent do you think the quote unquote sort of tail end of the opposition as a whole might have tarnished the image of more serious opposition candidates?
No, in the
Is that
past,
something?
it hasn't had, in the past, it hasn't had such an effect, right? So I think the electorate has been pretty discerning.
Yeah, so I think even in the past you had clown candidates, right? You had even more of clown candidates, but still the Workers' Party wasn't punished for that.
No offense to clowns.
Sorry?
No to clowns.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
there are four right here.
Yeah. We really need a bit of levity now,
But I sorry, I just wanted to say a couple of things, which is firstly, thanks Cherian, who actually is the one who gave us the idea to have this live stream, and I think Academia SG has been doing an incredible job of offering an alternative to the establishment academic voice, whatever that might be. Maybe including the two on next to me. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, establishment academic voice.
I don't know. I don't as Cherian said, there are 99 shades of gray, or I forget what your expression was, but so thanks for giving us the idea for this live stream, and Academia SG is having a wonderful webinar tomorrow from 11 to 1 o'clock. It's sort of a post results thingy. So please log into that. Please log into that.
Oh my God.
So
59%.
That's a huge.
Wow.
But in 2020 they got 60%.
Yeah.
60. Oh,
Yes.
so it's okay.
It's still a dip, but it's not significant. So
Wow. 45%. Wow. Okay, very interesting.
That's not too bad.
So maybe it's like a WP is winning kind of thing because people just went to get rallies.
Cherian went, but we're all just looking at sample counts now.
76-24.
Hey, thanks you.
That's all I have for you right now. Back to us.
Thank you very much for that, Kok Eng. So Yio Chu Kang,
So the WP
there,
team
76%
is doing
PAR.
is
That
doing
is
pretty
a
okay.
big margin.
Yeah.
Slight dip.
Slight
Slight
dip.
dip.
I think no change.
1%.
40% is no change.
Oh, they got 60%, right? The last time.
They got 59.93.
So okay.
60%.
So just a
which is no change.
small, almost.
So
Yeah.
wow. I think like the point of
No, it's okay. Just
sorry.
So,
But I think like really the
yeah. Why not? So to whoever is watching, I will just do another plea now. If you're enjoying our content, if you've enjoyed our content, the videos and essays we've put out before, and if you're enjoying the live stream tonight, please scan the QR code. Our UEN number is there as well. I'm not sure why we keep switching it around all over the screen, but eventually it'll stay static, I hope. And you can scan it, and whatever takings we have will go towards paying all our contributors here in the room today. So that's actually where your money is going, to pay for the studio and to pay for everybody here, and everybody's going to take a similar share of the taking. So yeah, thanks so much for your support of Jom and for independent media. And yeah, you've heard enough from me on this, and we will probably cut back now to great.
Yeah, so maybe that gives a little bit of hope for Tampines and Punggol. A little bit of hope. The Tembaya one does sting a little bit.
A little bit. That's a lot bit. A big bit.
You sound like your heart has been. You sound like your heart has been stabbed.
Okay, I'll say it for you then. I'm devastated. I'm extremely devastated right now.
Yeah, and I think I don't know how to read that when Dr. Chi gets 47%. So
yeah,
so Liang Eng Hua must be a really, really outstanding candidate compared to Paul Tembaya. What does it tell about the? But even 80%, that's numbers we haven't seen before.
80% for candidates against RDU or PAR.
Yeah, so Taman was up against RDU, right? He didn't get 80%. So there's still something there.
Which to me, I think suggests one particular thing. If you just compare between the results against like RDU and PAR versus like Workers' Party, right? That voters are really very discriminatory against what they see as minor parties versus like more mainstream opposition. But that has always been the case. You're right. But I think that distinction, that discrimination has widened.
I think
really,
the other
really
thing,
widened.
I think the other thing is like I'm chronicling online and I see so many like memes and mocking videos of. Oh, okay. Oh my God! Wait, hold on. Oh, shucks. 46%.
Yeah, that
wow,
is
that's
quite,
very close.
It's not so close.
So sample count.
I mean, compared to the
for
rest of the
Punggol,
nation, dude.
54% for
Oh no. Yeah.
Kang
Oh, what's
Kim
that?
Yong and
Radin
team.
Mas. Oh, okay.
Radin Mas 69%.
69%. Oh, the dude from PR got 7%.
And the PAR's
Who's that? Oh, PAR.
PAR, yeah, PR, yeah, PAR.
PR.
Yeah. And the independent got like way higher than.
The independent Daryl Low is not so
Yeah,
bad though.
so I think people are voting for quality and not like.
So maybe we can go to the
Marymount 71.
Marymount is
very
wow.
strong.
No,
for-
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah. So they won
29%.
55-45 the previous against
Thanks
PSP
for
as well.
that,
Yeah.
Kok Eng.
So now it's
obviously we have to
71-29.
talk about Punggol.
Wow.
Before
So the
that, let's,
PSP
from-
stock has
from this particular
dramatically
account from
decreased.
Marymount,
Yep.
and Guns
So that doesn't bode well for
51%,
West
Jeffrey
Coast.
29%.
We'll
This
see.
basically
But Punggol
pretty
is
much a shoo-in
out
for
of the
CAP, wasn't
picture
it?
now.
Yeah.
So it
Punggol
seems that-
seems clearly out of the picture.
And Tampines will be about there probably. It does
Maybe.
look like.
Okay, Gan
So now,
Sawang is like
now Sengkang is the only one that is mysterious perhaps.
okay.
And West Coast.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have we had Tampines yet? Not yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Tampines, not yet. Yeah.
The four corner fight.
I don't think it is anymore.
Yeah.
So,
I think we can read the tea list from Punggol. Sorry.
Yeah, and you know, judging from the just now the PAR results again, right? We can actually see that like the PAR results are really not good. If I'm not wrong, the head of PAR, Mr. Lim Chin, he was contesting in Potong Pasir, and I think the SPP has always contested there, but he decided to contest in Potong Pasir. And from the sample count, if I remember correctly, PAR Mr. Lim Tin only got 8% in Potong Pasir, which means that he's on track to lose his deposit in Potong Pasir. So let's not forget that PAR has the kind of backing from like three different, is a coalition from three different parties, right? Reform Party as well as I think two other smaller parties. And so that really kind of suggests that that kind of small mini coalition and the reputation of Mr. Lim Tin himself is not not convincing voters.
Or in a three-cornered fight, people will flock to the stronger opposition party. or the opposition party which has more reputation?
More reputation and
Although
Singapore
just now the
SPP.
independent
Yeah, the
candidate
independent
still
candidate.
got more than
Yeah.
Yeah,
that.
Pierre.
No, I think the thing is, right, like in this time around, what has greatly changed is the amount of content that's available for opposition candidates, and that's very positive for some and very detrimental for some. Like when they go on interviews, some of them like perform real badly, and then like on podcasts sometimes they just go on, and sometimes they just hang themselves.
More sample counts here for you.
Tanjung
We
Pagar.
have Tanjung
Wow.
Pagar GRC with
What a resounding victory for Chan Chun
led by
Sing.
Chan Chun Sing
But
with
honestly, there
21%
was
of the sample
it's
count
Han Wei Hui though.
against the PAR
That is
with
true.
I mean,
19%
come on.
sample count. We
But
have
81%.
That's crazy.
and
That is
Bishan
crazy.
Toa Payoh GRC, the PAP.
75% in Bishan
Toa
Payoh.
75% of the sample count
Wow.
against the SPP.
I guess they get the mandate.
25%.
This is
Strong mandate.
Strong
You just made
mandate.
Preetipls.
Yeah.
Big
Very
strong
strong
mandate.
mandate.
Ang Mo Kio 79. Assembly Senlong increase in popularity.
Oh, but it's PPP and what?
Yes.
I can't see the
So both of them
SUP,
didn't
yeah.
get back their deposits or based on the
Yeah.
sample count.
Thanks a lot for that.
SUP.
We suggest that if the PAP is up against smaller opposition parties, the basically the baseline for the PAP is like 75%
Yeah,
to
above
80%.
75 already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which is basically President Taman numbers.
Yeah.
Mm.
Higher than President Tharman numbers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tharman's highest was in the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now Lee
They are
Hsien
like
Loong's-
surpassing.
This might be one of Lee Hsien Loong's biggest
I
victories.
think it is his biggest probably.
Mm.
In 2020, Tharman got 74.61, his team. So he didn't cross 75% in 2020.
So I guess the question is like, should like the smaller opposition parties even compete in the next GE?
Well,
or
they
just let
will.
them be like
They will,
walkovers?
right? But they got to rethink about what their strategy is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's not bad to have smaller parties around, because if there's nobody contesting against Lee Hsien Loong, he has more time to spend in Tampines or what, just from the opposition's perspective. Right?
Yeah.
So I would say that also, I know Bertha doesn't like the mosquito parties, but I want to speak in defense of the smaller parties. I think it's okay to have them. And also people around Singapore need to have a choice, right? It's not just wherever Workers' Party is contesting
Yeah,
that you need a
but
choice.
to some extent, I feel like it's so sad for these parties. Like they put in the money and they put in the time and effort, and they get made fun of, and then like they do so poorly. Like, I mean, if you're any sort of reasonable, logical human being, like why would you even try the next time?
No, you're right. I mean, it takes a lot of
Just let them walk over
perseverance
lah. Yeah.
to do this, but yeah, this is 2015 all over again.
Yep.
Mm.
But you know what? Like the fact that the independent candidates have done like relatively well on their first try, is a sign, I think, that says that people really are evaluating them like on very concrete things. We no longer care like, oh, you hate the government, you hate PAP. We're not going to vote for you just for that. Like, you want more voices, but are your voices good? I think
That's true. Remind
yeah.
me, what was the Mountbatten score again?
I think he was like 30-something%, right? 38%.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah. So I mean, he is really good. Like I on Cooling Day, I went to check this guy out. I think he had the best speech of the entire rally.
Sengkang is out.
Sengkang's out.
More sample counts for you.
Oh my
coming up
God.
Right now.
Wait.
At Sengkang
Wow.
GRC,
56%.
Sengkang is out and WP has 56%.
56%.
Wow, okay.
PAP has 44%.
So I think what I would say is that means that the three existing WP MPs, Tingru, Lewis, and James have done really well.
Yeah.
Previously, it was
They have proven-
52.12.
yes, they
Yeah.
have increased. Wow,
Holland,
Vivian got
80-20.
80%.
Insane. Well, RGU
Wow.
is wow.
80%. We've already seen so many 80%.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we've never seen that before. in
Yeah,
recent
yeah,
years.
yeah. I don't remember the last time
Yeah.
there was 80%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Insane.
76% for Bukit Batu, Jurong East Bukit Batu. Sengkang retained 56%.
Sengkang got higher percentage. Yep. Okay, I guess we can look at Jalan Kayu. waiting for the
Yeah,
Jalan
so
Kayu.
I think
Jalan Kayu is not out yet.
Yeah,
Yes,
not out
that's
yet.
correct.
Tampines is not out
Waiting,
yet
just
as well.
waiting.
So I think Sengkang, the three existing MPs have done well, but also because the PAP team there is quite weak. I
Yep.
think. They
Mr.
were
Lam Pin
they were
Min
spending
still.
too much time doing TikTok videos.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I
yeah,
genuinely
yeah.
mean that. I genuinely mean that. So
Labubu, they did their whole Labubu
It was
thing.
all the bad stuff. So actually WP increased its vote share in Sengkang. So in Aljunied it did just ever so slightly, not significant. Punggol was 46%. So that was a big gamble by PM Wong. It has paid off.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You mean so you mean to parachute gun in there?
Yeah, it was
Was
a
it
big
right
move,
this year?
High risk,
So
high
so
reward.
so you think it worked out lah?
I mean, he won. So how
Was
else
it?
can you judge?
Yeah.
it?
Sample count lah,
but-
based on sample count.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
because the other dynamics of Sun Trade Link and all that. So I
Yeah, it could be. So the thing is, we never know what exactly, right? How to distill all the factors. But just from the face of it, I mean, he can say that,
Sure.
high risk, high reward move.
So if the results for Punggol remain, right, that suggests that the PAP tactic where they learn from moving Heng Suket from Tampines to East Coast, moving Mr. Gam Kim Yong from Choa Chu Kang to Punggol, right, those tactics of asking voters to vote for these heavyweight ministers, that those tactics work. And we should expect those tactics to continue into the future.
That's right. We have more sample counts.
Oh, wow.
Huh, what?
That's higher than I expected for the SDA.
That's hilarious. Oh, I'm God.
Although what I would say is the
Oh my God.
SDA
Yeah,
has been
alright.
around for
a very long
Many
time.
years,
and-
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy for them.
As a Parisian, can I just
Yeah, please.
give a
Yes,
shout
please
out?
go.
Yes,
Yeah.
shout out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I got cut
is
So
he
off.
this is
90?
interesting. We want to see
Is he
Lawrence PM Wong's
90% already?
personal mandate.
Is he going to get more than the 80s that the others have gotten?
74%. That's still
74.
much higher
Oh.
than what he
Good.
got last time.
Yeah.
So this is
Okay,
a good personal
yeah.
mandate for him against an SDP with Arifin. Of course, it has
I mean,
Jijin as
yeah.
well.
Yes.
Of
Well,
course, it
thanks,
has Gigi as
Gigi.
well.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks.
Who
I think Lawrence. PM Lawrence Wong
can we
is the
just
biggest
talk
winner.
about the Gigi incident very briefly? I don't want to dwell on it, but like, have you all ever heard or seen of somebody like saboing their own colleague or
Shoot
party
own
like
goals,
that?
yeah.
Huh?
Own goal.
I
No.
like to the point of like the first thing I thought like, is this person like a PAP plant or like what is this person like what are they doing, man? Has there ever been an incident like that? Or?
Not that I remember.
Not that I know.
Yeah, not that I remember. So I think and the context of it was actually she was praising Arifin, right?
Yep.
Or Elephant as she called him.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was actually praising Arifin. So she was
I
saying, "Oh,
think
this
it
is
made
Nick
it even
Preetipls."
worse, right?
Yeah. I mean, it shows that she's probably using that slur a lot, and I guess a lot of people are also using that
Yeah.
slur. So that's what it shows. But if I could go back to PM Wong's personal
Yeah.
mandate, I think he has gotten multiple mandates today. He's gotten. I think there were three things that he needed today. He needed to get higher than what he got in Marsiling UT the previous time, and that was resounding one. He needed a higher national average. He got that. It seems like it's going to be resounding. And he needed Gan Kim Yong to win, and he got that as well. So all round, it's a huge night for him. Yeah.
So you think the Gan Kim Yong thing was important lah?
Oh, for him for sure.
Because I
Because-
think if he's not there, like I imagine Pongo might have been lost, maybe.
And he put himself. He was the one. He put his personal credibility on the line, right? Oh, this is my man, task force man, my number two. This. So, I thought it was very important for him to win, for him personally to win that.
And the let's not forget the precision of the argument that he made, right? Which was that if a PAP
West Coast during West.
West Coast is in
61, PSP 39.
Wow,
Wow.
that is a
Decisive.
thrashing.
Decisive victory.
That is a thrashing,
Oof.
and that's the
Youch.
end of
Yep.
PSP right there.
Youch.
That's very painful.
So there's a comment here. Don't forget the change in electoral boundaries, but the electoral boundaries do not directly affect the national vote share. So we cannot explain this away through electoral boundaries. We just have to accept that there is a nationwide swing towards the PAP. That's it. So that's why, which is why I said at the start, specific constituencies, there can be flukes or whatever it is, but average vote share, national vote share, that's really indicative, and that's what it is. It's a resounding victory for the PAP.
Going back to my point.
66 to Henry Quack.
Kebun Baru SMC, also by the PSP.
30-something%.
So far, no PSP candidate got
Yeah.
higher than 40%, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
So, yeah, I don't see them continuing.
So back to my point about Minister Gan Kim Yong and Punggol and Minister Lawrence Wong, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong's argument. So his argument was very precise, right? If you vote out Minister Gan Kim Yong, the PAP team will be weakened, and it'll be much more difficult for us to navigate this kind of uncertain world, uncertain future, right? And not just minister, and they acknowledge the maybe mishaps in town council management, and so they will put Ms. Sun Xueling as chairman of the town council, and Minister Gan Kim Yong can be trusted to also take care of the other town council management stuff. So that argument is very precise, and it seems based on those results that it has kind of like built a firewall on the kind of baseline PAP vote share, right? That is kind of like 55%. And that enough voters, at least the median voter in Punggol, is kind of convinced by that argument that they do not want a weakened PAP team. Yeah.
Or the Sun Xueling factor also. Right?
Yeah, or the Sun Xueling factor. Yeah.
Maybe it's both. Can I just throw a possibility out based on the results we have now? Assuming Hougang goes to the WP,
Oh my gosh.
the current NCMP candidate is Dr. Chee Soon Juan.
Oh, interesting.
Oh my gosh.
So
Interesting.
I think he will.
47%, right?
Yeah. So depending on what happens in Tampines
And the PAP would hit that.
and Jalan Kayu, more
And
than
I love
anything,
that.
I think Chee Soon Juan would change the dynamics of
Oh my God.
Parliament.
Yep. For sure. Which is why they've been
So now some of them are hoping Tampines gets 48.
Exactly.
Jalan Kayu.
I'm sorry, Walid. Now I'm hoping that Tampines gets less than 48. I mean, I know you said the last time this should be his last election, but I think that
with 47%,
yeah.
and he got much more than Tambaya, so I don't think we can say it should be his last election.
Yeah. And the fact that like they took out his entire SMC, and I think it just goes to show like how much they don't want him in Parliament.
Actually, it's an interesting point, because I think before tonight, a lot of people I talked to were thinking about the opposite possibility that Paul Tambaya might get a much better vote share than Chee Soon Juan, and that might actually spell the end of possibly the end of Chee Soon Juan's career. But Chee Soon Juan now has turned it around. He's got a much higher vote share than Paul Tambaya.
Yeah.
Now I wish they also took like, dissolve Bukit Panjang SMC, and then like so all of them were in a GRC. Oh my God.
Holland Bukit Timah.
Yeah, I mean like all of them could be like in that one team, and then they'll all get into Parliament, and I don't know.
We haven't seen the results for the sample count results for Holland Bukit Timah.
No, yes.
Yes.
When you went to the toilet, I think
80-20.
80%. Wow.
So we haven't seen East Coast, Jalan Kayu, and Tampines.
So 80% for Minister Vivian Balakrishnan. That sounds like a resounding win.
It is. We haven't seen for Nisun.
Which suggests that
I think Nisun
the supposed problem of liking Kelvin Sheng's post didn't have much traction.
I think it wouldn't have had traction anyway in Holland Bukit Timah. I think whether it would have had a national impact. That was what I was looking at. But clearly it didn't as well.
Yeah.
So do you think it would be like specific to Masagos?
I don't know. I mean,
we're still waiting.
If Punggol is 46%, then probably Tampines will be thereabout.
Okay. We shall see.
Wait, can you just remind us, like, one of you guys might know, I forget now, but with the NCMP scheme, right? What is the threshold? Like how many?
It's 12 minus X.
Oh, it's 12 minus X.
So whatever
as-
missing, it would be
So,
NCNPs.
okay, got it. So if there are 12
So if there are
elected,
10, yeah. So now at the moment we have 9, right? 5 plus 4, Aljunied plus Sengkang. So if Hougang goes and then it's 10, so 10 and then he'll have 2 more.
best 2.
Best 2, but if it's a GRC, they're entitled 2.
Like
So like West Coast. So if Tampines gets 48% and 2 from Tampines, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tampines.
So I guess the Punggol team is probably out now.
Unless Tampines gets 44%.
Then we could
And
have,
Jalan Kayu get 45%. Then
we
it's
could have
Dr.
Chisujuan.
Chi and Harpreet.
I see.
Or Alia or Alexis, whoever it is
I know.
that Preetam chooses.
Man.
So a lot of
Wait, is
sighs
this
and
more out?
disappointed sounds across this studio.
Wow.
Not from Elvin.
Elvin's fine. He's
not from
all
Elvin.
good.
Am I a PAP plant? Because I say Tampines Hub is very good.
Well, you essentially gave like a advertisement for it, I guess. So
Yeah, more people should go and check out Tampines Hub. And you know, okay, let's put hypothetically, right? If Tampines Hub and the cycling paths and the covered linkways is what keeps PAP in power, right? Is what helps the PAP retain Tampines, right? Then that just goes to show where Singaporeans' priorities lie. Right?
yeah, for sure.
I mean, the results are the results. You just have to accept the results.
Yeah.
No, and that's why I think we've all said this lah. Why we enjoy elections so much is that it's actually the only time we get to find out what our community thinks. Where are Singaporeans on the spectrum of life?
Because in 2020, it did seem that Singaporeans turned a corner with the results, where it was clear that there was a rejection of the high-handed tactics against Raisa. So it did seem that there was a shift in priorities of Singaporean voters.
Don't forget, it was also done in the middle of a pandemic, and a lot of people were real angry about that.
Yeah, but actually they did. You're right. That happened, but initially people thought that would work in favor of the PAP, right?
No,
The fight
yeah,
to
I think
safety,
I'm saying that it could be like a detriment for them, because people are like, "Why are you endangering my life just to vote for you?"
You're right.
So I think, but
So 2020
don't
was
know.
a free election.
So 2020 was the freak.
I would
Correct.
say,
Yeah,
Not 2015. 2020 was the
the
freak.
freak. So
Was a freak
actually, all the trends were wrong.
Yeah, so I would say that there is a significant change from the election campaign for the PAP this time around as compared to 2020, which is number one, they did not rely so much on negative campaigning in terms of so-called essays by Dr. Tan Wu Ming against Preetam Singh about some people digging up Raisa Khan's past and filing police reports, right? This time around, we have no police reports. The worst thing we got was leaked Telegram messages, right? There has been no what political scientists would characterize as like repression against the opposition, right? And I think there is potentially some learning on the part of PAP in the sense that they recognize that these kind of negative campaigning actually invites backlash against them. And so I think so far, at least from some people that I've talked to, like for the past 1 or 2 weeks, there has been intense punching, but with gloves on, right? It was not like knuckle duster kind of underhand kind of tactics, right? And so it has been very clean, still on like policy issues, still on like arguments about weakening voting in ministers or not so much about innuendos, about integrity and character, so on and so forth. So that may have played to PAP's advantage.
I will say, and I know we have a guest, Lavinia, who's waiting, right? And she'll be on soon, but just 1 second. And I will say, as a journalist, 2020 to today, there has been a difference. Like 2020, the big thing for me was my social media accounts were hacked, and I'm pretty sure it was some pro-establishment person lah. I don't know who lah, but let's just put it down for the sake of convenience to PAPIBs. But this time around, and that was very stressful lah, to suddenly find somebody else operating my Facebook account, right? It's very, very stressful and posting all kinds of shit. This time around, the worst we've gotten was some of Jome's content being, not being able to push out on Facebook and Meta. So I suspect that kind of negative stuff has toned down a little bit this time lah. Yeah. Anyway, are we ready for Lavi? Let's get Lavi on. Lavi, I think, is dialing in
Hi,
from
Lavi.
somewhere in Norway.
How are you managing a
Hi.
smile?
Hi.
Is the internet
I was gonna
infrastructure
ask you
better?
What's that? Sorry.
The internet infrastructure being better, there's no less of a lag.
She doesn't know the inside joke. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Norway's a very developed country, so
No,
with high levels of democracy as well. So
we had Ji Leong dialing in from New York, presumably another developed country, but obviously with terrible infrastructure.
Yeah.
and we had like 3 or 4 minute lags with Ji Leong. With you, it's almost instant. So it's great to chat with you. It's been a while.
yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. I wish I could be there, right? I have like big time FOMO over the past few days, thinking like wake up every morning, check my, social media feed, like what are the new memes, what's going on. And so yeah, it's kind of hard being away, not being able to go to rallies and feel the excitement on the ground. So thank you for letting me be a part of this in some way.
Yeah. For the audience that doesn't know, Lavinia Katirabelu, who used to be a prof here, moved to Norway, I think, middle of last year. If I'm not wrong,
Last
yeah.
year.
And
Yeah, still also at NTU, but yeah. So yes, it's kind of striding to worlds at
that's
the
great.
moment.
But like, are you the only Singaporean in your town or what? Or is there a Singaporean community or what?
There are some Singaporeans in Norway. A lot of them are I think women married to Norwegian guys, so highly gendered, or they start businesses here. So not that many. I think maybe 100 plus, maybe not so big. Yeah. I think the Singaporeans in Norway Facebook group has like 10 people, but yeah. So we don't have a party, unfortunately. Like I miss going to election party, but some of my friends have one of my friends flew to London to vote there and party up there with the Singaporeans in London. So yeah, there's definitely a overseas kind of group of people who are very tuned in to what's going on.
Hey, but you can vote from there or what?
Yeah, so I did a postal vote for the first time. So now you can register for postal vote, which is great, super easy. Just print it out, fill it up and send it. Okay.
We have sample count coming in. Nisun GRC.
How many?
Wow, that's a 14% increase for.
Sorry, Lavi, we've kind of put you on a hold.
No problem.
Sorry.
Well, some sample count comes in, but it seems like
It's very good that we can have both Lavi and us and CNA on the
that's true.
screen.
You're sharing the screen. You're sharing the screen with Shanmugam, by the way.
48%.
Yes, I
oh my
can
god.
see that.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wow, that's very close.
Well, this
that's
is sample
close.
count. So 52-48 is really, really
We just
very
need
close.
a few boxes of pro Andre
And
blocks.
I would say it could be within the margin of error, depending on how many votes make up the sample count.
I think
Yep,
0 to
yep,
4% is usually, but it's about 2%.
But if the current trends hold,
67%? Was that? Oh,
I hope
okay.
Lavi can see all this. I hope
Can.
he's
So
able to see.
the
Oh, can. Okay.
So SDP at Sembawang GRC is on 31%, and NSP is at 2%.
I think that will be the numbers
For-
roughly
yeah.
for Tampines as well. Probably lower than 2%.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Yeah.
Probably so, because you would imagine that Workers' Party is a much
Yeah.
stronger brand as compared to the SDP.
So Andre and Chee Soon Juan are the NCMP candidates at this point.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay, let's switch
Wow.
back to Lavi. So
Yeah.
Lavi, where were you voting, or what's your hometown or district in Singapore?
Bishan, yeah. So not yeah. I mean, I got to vote at
Same,
least.
fellow Bishan.
Sorry.
Elvin is your fellow
Oh.
Bishanian.
Everything is Tampinesian, is Bishanian.
Yeah. So
Do people actually use that term, Bishanian?
No,
Bishanian
no,
sounds
no.
weird. Bishana. Maybe.
Queenstown people are Queenies. I think.
Are they?
Yeah.
Did they say yes to
Or
that?
Queens or something like that.
Okay.
I think.
I don't think they consented to
Yeah.
being called that.
Yeah. But I mean, what's been great is just being able to be part of this in a way that let's say, when I was living in London or something, 20 plus years ago, you just didn't have the social media, you didn't have the, the way to feel what's going on the ground. So it's been pretty good that way, lah. But what I couldn't access the live stream of the debates. I mean, I gathered that it wasn't that exciting, so I didn't miss much. But the live debates, I couldn't access that, so that's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt it was the structure of the live debates this time was very limiting, lah. I don't know whether
That's so kind of you. It was a
Huh?
joke. I think the round table was a
It
joke.
was terrible.
yeah.
Was a
Yeah, lah,
joke.
but was it the structure? I feel it was the structure.
Yeah, it was
right?
Yes, the
structure,
structure.
yeah.
Like everyone just
The
got read off
structure.
their paper or their iPad.
And the PAP got 4 minutes, so there's no
Yeah.
response 4 times. So I thought it was.
Mm.
In the end, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it didn't
I
matter.
mean,
You're right.
nobody-
It didn't matter. in the
No,
end.
it didn't. No, it didn't matter, or that's what mattered. I mean,
I mean, I think what we should talk about is resources more broadly, right? And I think, Prof.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying,
I'm-
I mean,
I'm
I
very
think that's a
sorry
good
for
point about
interrupting.
resources, what you're talking about. I mean, we got to talk about the inequality in resources between different parties, right? We can't expect, and not everybody's starting from an equal playing field, right? And this is something I think we should pay more attention to. I think Prof. Paul Tambaya tries to bring this up a little bit in his, in his speeches, in his Q&As, and the kind of, the fact that certain parties have so much more, not just in terms of like people on the ground, but other kinds of soft resources that are available to them as well, right? It's we cannot expect more than 2% for a tiny party, right, when they don't have resources. So how do we create a more level playing field, right? So to enable more smaller parties to come up, how do you think we can do that? Because
Yeah, that's a good question, because what the PAP is doing has been rewarded already by the people in this election. So there wouldn't be an internal appetite for that kind of reform.
Maybe that's a
Because-
good thing. Like they coast, and then maybe in the next election there will be a freak election.
Yeah, so this question, I think if you were to ask the PAP in the 1970s and 80s, right, I think Lee Kuan Yew was very clear that, with just 100% of the seats in parliament, there was a need for the PAP to actually kind of nurture some kind of opposition voices, right? But with the current opposition already represented by the Workers' Party as the most, with the most number of seats and the most highest vote share, the government would say, well, it has no responsibility to kind of nurture the opposition. And if people really want to nurture the opposition, they should put their money where their mouth is and maybe join the bigger, more viable opposition party rather than stick around with the smaller opposition parties. Yeah.
One thing though, the WP brand is still very much intact.
Yeah. Yeah.
Compared to the others.
Yeah.
Andre got 48%, so that's really respectable.
Mm.
Looks like WP is gonna get all 12 seats, whether it's elected or NCMPs.
Yeah.
WP, yeah.
Depending on what
Looks
happens in
like-
Tampines.
Yeah. So Chi may not get one of the.
If they
Tampines
get
is
higher,
higher than
yeah.
47.
If they get higher. but I hope not.
Oh,
Sorry.
my
Sorry.
apologies to people from Queenstown.
Oh.
In the chat, apparently, I'm very sorry about this as a former someone from Queenstown. We are not Queenies, we are cuties.
Cuties.
What?
Cuties. Oh.
Cuties. Yeah.
That's almost as bad as babyface. I'm sorry.
But I think cuties was coined by Mr. Eric Chua. And I think he got about 80% of the votes in the Queenstown single member constituency.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, so Lavi, tell us briefly about your work there, man. How's it going? How's Norway? You're enjoying?
It's great. I mean, I must say, thinking about elections from here is interesting because it's really much more democratic space across many different levels. So for the first time, I got to vote for like the rector of my university. Everybody gets to vote. They don't get like outsourced to some headhunting firm. Someone comes in, but you actually get to vote who's going to be the head of your institution. So that's great. There's a sense of like there's less hierarchy amongst like let's say students and teachers, this kind of thing. So I think there's a cliche, of course. Norway is not perfect. There's a lot of things that are problematic here, of course. But, it's nice to be somewhere where there is a lot of consciousness about these things and gender as well. You feel it in everyday interactions, right? And that's one thing I wanted to ask you what you think as well, right? The kind of, sexism, misogyny you saw on at the rallies, with comments online against female candidates. Come on, we can do better, right? We're so advanced, we've come so far. Surely we can do better than this, right? So I must say I'm a little disappointed with that aspect of the campaigning this year, and that it hasn't been called out more strongly by everyone, basically.
I mean, for me personally, very early on, I saw a lot of stuff on Alexis in particular from Punggol. There's a lot of stuff on her I saw all over. I was almost being blanketed by it, and so it was disappointing and troubling. I don't it's I don't know. I don't know what more to say. It's like, and sometimes I also don't know as a male. I don't know how to oppose and challenge this sometimes when it's not so egregious and when it's not so in your face, but it's more slight. It's more why are you focusing on the person's looks as opposed to her amazing charisma and personality and everything else that should be important in a politician. So it's tough, man, figuring out how to push back on these things. But I certainly felt it. I certainly felt it in this election.
Yeah, and the long-term damage it does, right, to women who want to go into politics, young women, right? They're like, can I deal with this kind of, attention, negative attention? And I think the problem is some people think it's positive. Oh, we're saying she's, hot, what? She's good looking, but come on, nobody wants that kind of attention. You want to be, and it takes away from, I think, the seriousness of someone being seen as a politician, right, and good in their own right. This, not because of we want someone hot in parliament or something. So, I'm kind of disappointed, and I think as an electorate, we can do better, both on the gender front, but also on the race front, right, which you all talked about earlier, I think. So hopefully that is something we will see changing, going forward. So and I think we need. People need to call out these things more. It just needs to be called out so often that it just becomes, shameful to even go close to saying something like that. I think we need to do that. So what are y'all gonna do to de-stress after this?
Wow.
Curl up in a corner somewhere.
Some prata supper.
Plenty of corners in this
don't
room.
talk to me about prata. I'm so jealous.
I think first of all, ending the live stream early would be
What did Walid say? What do you say?
I said ending the live stream early
Oh.
would be the first thing.
Because
You will go into the corner and cry already.
because you don't have anything else to say already. Well, yeah.
I think it's kind of it's also like a slap, right? Like to wake us up from that sort of bubble that we're in, which is I think in a large part exacerbated by social media, because you think, oh my god, everything is like that. But yeah lah, like
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah, I mean that was entertaining, right? For me, from not being there, just the creativity of people on social media. I mean,
How Gang is in.
Oh.
So 63% for Gang. So they improve.
What was the last?
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
Hougang was 61 last time, 61.2 last time. So right now they've got 63%, which is great.
So that's an improvement.
Yep. Jalan Besar is 75% for Jotio. Wow.
Jotio has a higher score than Tharman in the last election.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Higher sample count than Prime Minister Lawrence Wong himself with 74.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, wait, really?
75 versus 74.
But he was up against SDP.
Yeah. Jotio is
So
against
that's the
who?
difference.
PAR?
Yeah, PAR.
Yeah, okay, fine.
So the comparison to Tharman would be more apt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just reading off Channel News Asia. How should we read sample counts? They say we should read sample counts with a confidence rate of 95% with a margin of error of 4 percentage points. So what this means is that, say, for example, candidate A has received 60% of the votes. So there's a 95% probability that his or her result will fall between 56 and 64%. And so judging by that kind of interpretation, Andre still has a chance in
Jalan Kayu.
In Jalan Kayu.
Still
Dr. Chi still has a chance in Sembawang
I
West.
think don't give people false hope.
Don't.
This is statistics.
No.
We look at what has happened in the past.
I need
right?
some news.
There hasn't been, since the sample count was introduced,
that
there was such a thing that it flipped based on. So it could be statistically you're right, but what is the confidence interval of that?
The confidence interval is 8%.
No, I understand.
4 plus 4 minus 4%.
Probably will not happen.
Yeah, but
right?
I want,
so there is a chance.
I want them to count like every last vote for Jalan Kayu. Like every last one.
Of course they will.
But the overseas votes get counted until I think have to reach by May 13th, as far as I remember. And then, I mean, they usually don't make a big difference, but yeah, every last vote.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering about overseas votes. Like when do they get counted?
It's later.
After May 13th, I think that does the stamp.
An instance where sorry, Lavi,
No, go ahead.
you're saying?
No, I said May 13th. So yeah, what were you saying? Incidents?
Oh yeah, there's no instance of the overseas votes actually mattering in the final outcome, as in terms of turning the outcome.
But never say never.
Yeah,
right?
never say never. 95% confidence interval. He's giving people a lot of hope today.
So I'm imagining that if, let's say, the margin of victory for any candidate is, let's say, 1,000 votes, and the number of overseas votes for that particular constituency is, say, just 500, then they would just immediately call it. But if the margin of victory in Singapore is, say, just 200, and the overseas votes is like 500, then they might hang on and wait for the overseas.
Do you know like what's the number of actual overseas votes that we get, like every year on the every GE on
couple
average?
of thousand spread across all the constituencies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it won't be 500 in one constituency, right?
It could be like 1,000
It might be
in
if it's a
Jalan Kayu,
GRC,
right?
if it's a big GRC. Yeah.
So
you never know, right?
Yeah, I mean,
there's always a first time for everything.
We are talking about possibilities. There's lots of possibilities.
You're just like fantasizing right here.
But
I don't want to be here. I'm just fantasizing in some.
Lavi wanted to say
I was
something.
saying let's also, I mean, looking at this on a more kind of global scale, right? So I'm here talking to you guys about Singapore elections. My partner is checking Australian elections because he's Australian, and there, Labour just won, which depending, I guess, who you ask is probably a good thing. And then Canada also, incumbent won. So incumbents winning seems to be a trend, perhaps. If you want to
Correct.
think about,
Last year was a year against incumbents, Lavi,
yeah,
but this year incumbents have picked up. You're
yeah.
right.
I mean, do you
Yeah.
think it's something to do with the Trump tariffs and the kind of global sense of uncertainty also?
Yeah, I think last
Mm.
year inflation was at its worst, so that's why incumbents suffered. So it has gone down generally. So that's why incumbents have recovered
Mm.
from that.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think there's some, sense of uncertainty, whether real or perceived, that people are voting, is influencing people's votes. And then you would imagine they are voting for, the same, because we don't know what change is going to bring, right? Which has been the big push by the opposition parties in this election, right? Asking for change. So maybe it was wrong timing as well for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that the
You all look really, really tired and a bit
Tired, yeah. Tired of
no
life.
energy.
I thought you were like a neutral party.
I am.
Someone needs to
It's a
serve
neutral
y'all some
party. I'm tired
coffee.
of life.
But do you think that oh
We
wait,
have a sample count.
who wait what
For Tampines.
who Tampines?
For Tampines.
Tampines, PAP 53,
Ooh.
PAP 48, NSP got 0. Ooh.
Zero?
NSP got 0.
PPP got one.
Wow.
Wow.
48 and 50 what?
46 and 53.
I can't see.
Wow, close.
46 and 53.
46 and 53.
Oh man.
PPP got 1%. Wow.
So yes, the as Walid and others have said,
East Coast.
East Coast 59, Misconceptions.
Wow.
East Coast 41 for WP.
That's not too
59
bad.
for
They are like a not very strong team. Yeah.
East
I
Coast,
think it's the brand name.
59
Yeah, it's really
PAP,
people are going for
41.
brand names now.
Okay.
So are we moving into a two-party democracy then?
Yes.
How can we say that?
No?
How can we say that? We are nowhere near a two-party democracy.
I mean,
No, I mean moving
20
towards
years from
as
now
in,
lah.
like, these smaller parties are
20 years from
falling.
now, the smaller opposition parties are getting killed.
No, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a two-party.
Yeah.
It could be a predominant party system in perpetuity, right? So it's just that you have maybe a 1.5 party system, which we are not even there. We don't even have 1/3 for the opposition. So we cannot say that we are moving towards a two-party system. And if you've looked at political scientists have discussed this question literally 20 years ago, like Hussein Mutalib's book was in 2003, and he asked, is Singapore going to move towards a two-party system? And here we are 22 years later. And we are still asking whether there's no guarantee that the direction, I guess that's another lesson that we needed from this night. That we need reinforced, which is the trajectory of history is not linear, right? We shouldn't expect that in one election there's more opposition seats, then next year the opposition will grow from strength to strength, right? So we cannot say that it's moving towards a two-party. It could be, but it could also be that maybe what if next election people lose more seats, right? So basically we shouldn't just assume that it's going in one direction.
True. Good point. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
No, but
So if anyone's
got
coming to visit
53%,
me,
right? So it didn't matter.
But it's
It's
only
one.
1%.
Sorry,
It's
Lavi,
gonna
you
be-
probably can't hear, but there's
Sorry.
a bit of a in-room discussion going about whether if NSP and PPP did not contest.
I think it could have been even beneficial for the WP because, like,
Differentiate.
yeah,
from-
you know, when you have four parties and then they think, oh, yeah, maybe people won't vote for WP, therefore I must vote for WP so that they win. So I think that might have helped them. Otherwise, if it's WP versus the PAP, then, like people could be like, oh, I'm not really for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I don't think, I agree with Anngee. I don't think it actually affected. And PP got more than 50%, so you cannot say that. If it's 49, 48, and 1%, then,
yeah, and
it's
like
53%.
NSP got like 0%, which
Yeah.
is wow, but mind blowing to me. Like I thought,
Yeah.
if anything, it would be PPP.
And
Like, what
so
the heck?
NSP contested in two places, right? Sembawang and Tampines. And Sembawang, they only got 2%.
Yeah, so I think it really speaks to how terrible they are as a party, I guess.
Yeah. So, what would you advise NSP to do?
Not participate in three-cornered fights.
Yep.
Okay. And that's it.
Yeah, because at least if you participate in a two-cornered fight, you will get back your deposit.
Or like just have very deep pockets, I guess. I mean, if you really want to go for 3-cornered fights.
Hey Lavi, we don't want to keep you all anymore, but thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, and come and visit. I'll give you some fresh salmon
got guest room or not? Got guest room or not?
After today,
got guest room. Okay.
Lavi, after today, we have to consider seriously visiting you.
How long more will you be in Norway? And when you come back to Singapore? Or,
till December lah, for sure till December. So
okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah.
No,
thanks guys for all
thanks
your
so
work.
much for joining us.
Thanks, Lavi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Since actually all the results are in, right? Basically, all the constituencies we expected to be close
There's
by.
Pasir Changi, where you're staying.
No, it
In
already.
In already.
Yeah.
So now the sample count margin of error is useful to determine who gets the NCMP
I think,
seats.
Jalan Kayu and...
as
Jalan
Elvin said,
Kayu.
theoretically it's in play.
Possibly.
Theoretically it's up for grabs. Let's
But-
say we remove Jalan Kayu, we still need the sample count for the actual count for the NCMP seats.
Yep.
I just wanted to say, since the Tampines results are in, I wanted to give a shout out to Faisal Manap, because I think he's been a consequential MP, because he's the first ever opposition Muslim MP in parliamentary history. And in the past 14 years, I think he's been somebody who has garnered a lot of support from Muslims. So I think he's done pretty well in representing Muslims in parliament. And to be the first ever, you know that a lot of people are going to look at you, especially from the PAP, they're going to go hard on you. I think it took somebody of his temperament actually to be able to withstand those. So shout out to him. And even though he lost, I think he has won a lot of people's hearts.
First ever opposition Malay Muslim MP. Is that what you said?
Yes, I said
in
that.
Singapore's history.
Yeah.
Wow.
Since independence.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know. I didn't actually realize that. Okay. And you think he will come back? He will contest again?
I doubt so. But we'll see. Also, depending on what happens with the NCMP thing. But even with the NCMP thing, I doubt that Faisal would want an NCMP seat, or whether it's even wise for WP to put Faisal as an NCMP. NCMP is more of a breeding ground for future. You build up like Sylvia, Gerald.
So they might
Leon.
choose, if the Tampines team got the seats, they might choose somebody like Michael for
Michael and
instance.
Eileen maybe.
Okay. Thanks, Faisal.
Thank you, Faisal.
Thank you for your,
your
hard
service.
work and service. We just all like sinking in the depression, I think.
Well, if I may add, I will also like to give a shout out to Faisal. I've revealed this to my students before, but I can reveal this also. I think about 12, 13 years ago, I volunteered with Faisal for 1 year at Kaki Bukit. I can attest that Faisal is incredibly down to earth member of parliament, and I enjoyed working with him every week. The Meet the People session at the Void Decks, I stopped volunteering after I left to do my PhD in the US, and I kind of lost quite a bit of contact with the people who I worked there. But it was, but still in some contact with some people. But it has always been a very great memory for me to volunteer with Faisal. So if the results do pan out that he's not returned to Parliament, then yeah, I would just say thank you to Faisal for his contributions to Parliament.
Can I just say like one good thing that came out of this for me?
Really?
Yeah, because
one
Yeah, I
thing
mean-
that came out of what, this whole evening.
It's
Like,
so-
like aside from our company. lah.
Yeah, no, I mean like, you know.
No, we are not.
I'm good.
This is so neutral.
I am so happy right now.
It's so neutral.
I'm so happy right now, but let me give you a piece of good news, maybe, that in 2020, like SDA got 23% of the vote, and this time around, SDA got 33%. So I think, like, you know, sometimes when you're loyal and you're lovable, people do, like, you know, vote for you, I guess.
No, so I
You
do
know?
want to say that, and
Unless you're NSP, but
you know, just the thing why the mood became even more somber when we talk about Faisal, because this is a genuinely good man, you know, genuinely good man, humble person. That's why he was, I think, emotional for Elvin and I. But the SDA thing, I do agree, because Desmond Lim also, you know, people make fun of him, and it's
Yeah.
very easy to make fun of him.
he's
but
a good dude.
he has more courage than any of us, right? To be
Yep.
contesting. I would never make fun of somebody like that, you know.
I think
who's
he has a charity on the ground as well that he goes around to feed people.
So good. Fair play to him.
You got your deposit back. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
a good thing.
I'm a fan of the SD dudes. As a Parisian.
A fan. That may be
Yeah.
going a bit
Fan.
far. Yeah.
I would say I am a fan of the SDA.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, they're just like a motley crew of like uncles,
Yeah,
and
I mean-
every time I see them
No, I
doing
mean,
GE, I love
again in
I-
relative terms, right? I mean, the last election we had People's Voice, SDA, and the PAP, and our GRC was Pasir Ris Punggol at that point in time, and I much preferred SDA to People's Voice.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
of course, of course.
And they're lovely. They're all lovely chaps, right? And so,
So,
but anyway, so I'm glad they got a good percentage.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
So
that's
the-
a good thing.
Yeah.
sorry, so there's a theme that has been recurring,
Yeah.
which is about gerrymandering.
Yeah.
And I wanna mention what I said earlier, because I think a few people responded quite strongly to it, and I also don't want us to be coping, right, and say that two things that people who are maybe skeptical of the result would say. One is new citizens, the other is gerrymandering.
Right.
So gerrymandering, it doesn't directly affect the results. Let's say it does affect indirectly. It affects in this sense, right? So if Bukit Batok is no longer there, Chee Soon Juan moves to Sembawang West, then Chee Soon Juan has less time to work there. So therefore, Chee Soon Juan's vote share may decrease. Right? May. So that's how it could affect indirectly. But if there's a significant nationwide swing, overall national share, you cannot say that gerrymandering is the main factor for it. Right? Gerrymandering may have affected some of it, but not significantly. New citizens, so again, we can go by data, right? So did new citizens increase dramatically from 2020 to 2025 versus 2015 to 2020? And the answer is no. So how is it that there was a significant drop then, and then there's a significant rise here? So I do think that these two reasons are probably our first mechanism. Right, we are at the stage of denial or something.
Coping hard.
So this is our coping. So I don't think
as in
it's-
like extremely reflexive sort of emotion lah.
yes.
Yeah.
Do you think, like, I think if you look at the parties that have like strong anti-immigration stances, like for example the PAP and not PAP, PSP and like PAR, and even like I would say to some, I don't know if PPP ran on an anti-immigration campaign like platform, did they? I didn't really look at their stuff, but you know, all these parties had like very significantly lower percentages this time around, and I'm wondering if it's like a response to what's happening in the US, where, you know, Donald Trump also like ran on a very, very anti-immigration platform, and people might see the fallout from that and be turning away from these parties as well. So kind of something that I'm thinking about because of the percentage drop. Like it's a huge drop.
I actually quite like this discussion because I mean one of the things that worries me the most is very xenophobic nativist party getting a lot of traction in Singapore and for me the closest thing has been previously People's Voice and now PAR and you know whichever outfit Lim Tian chooses to lead seems to me to be the one that has been the most vociferous in terms of anti-immigrant sentiment lah. So yeah, perhaps it's you know if there's a silver lining in the results is that you know that there is a rejection in Singapore of platforms that have or parties that have a very nativist stance lah, which is good given what else is happening around the world.
Yeah. So there's still some comments about the gerrymandering.
Where are these comments coming in?
So
your personal
live chat of the actual thing.
I've been on my
We're just
phone.
looking at it.
Okay, sorry.
So I do want to engage with the comments and thank you. So again, it does affect. I'm not saying it doesn't completely affect. I'm saying it's not the main factor for the results. We still need to think, even the places where ceteris paribus, where there was no boundary changes, you can look at it and mainly the trend still exists. The trend still, all the parties got a thrashing. All the parties got a thrashing other than the WP. Right? So that's the first trend, including the PSP. So that's the first thing. The second thing, Paul Tambaya.
Yeah.
Paul Tambaya got 46 to 38, right? So there's something else there. There's something else there. You cannot just say gerrymandering and therefore, that's not it, right? For Paul Tambaya. So we just need to be just be a bit honest and accept that there is a nationwide swing towards the PAP. The reasons for it we may not know fully until maybe after a few months when we look at the data and so on, looking at socioeconomic status, voting, and all this will come out later on, right?
Yeah.
Not 100%, but we can sort of guess from constituencies. But at this point in time, I would say you can't just pin this on gerrymandering.
No, I think that's a great point, man. Yeah. If it's such a big shift like this, it's not about. Yeah.
But I guess like I don't know. I think in this election cycle, I was very heartened to see the independent candidates, especially Jeremy Tan. Like, so I didn't look at his stuff until on cooling off day, because I thought, well, I mean, this dude's not going to stand a chance, right? Like, and there's so much other content. But then I look at his stuff, and this guy did so much work. His values were so good, and the fact that he got 30-something% on his first try as a relatively unknown person is really cool. And I think maybe in the next election cycle, hopefully we see more independent people. Like I think both the independent candidates were pretty cool in this time around, which was surprising and really nice to see.
Sorry, there's another comment on new citizens which I thought I addressed. So I'll just address it in this way. Every year there's about 22,000 new citizens. Around 22,000. So from 2020 to 2025, it's about 100 plus thousand. Still not enough to explain the swing, right? Now, the numbers I mentioned was from 2015 to 2020, there was a dip in PAP vote share. But the immigration numbers are not that different from 2020 to 2025. So a constant cannot explain variation. So the new citizens cannot exactly explain this. There's something else there again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the news.
Sorry, go ahead. You finish your.
No. I think 10, 15 years ago, this new citizen thing was a bigger thing for me. And I mean, most of my conversations are with Indian new citizens. You know, so that's my anecdotal evidence when it comes to this. And I think 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, wait. Okay, the returning officer is on.
People's Alliance
Son of Apavu, People's Alliance for Reform, 1,682 votes. Daryl Loh Ka Pyong, Independent candidate, 5,362 votes. Melvin Yong Ik Chai, People's Action Party, 15,801 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 22,845. Rejected votes, 444. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Radin Mas, are conclusive of the result. I declare Melvin Yong Ik Chai of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Radin Mas.
Alright, so our first official result for the night, and that is for
Alright, so-
Radin Mas SMC P.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to move on from this Radin Mas SMC because it seems quite non-consequential to stuff. But I do think that like a decade or so ago, there was more of a sense that new Indian migrants who I'm more familiar with were very blindly voting PAP. As new migrants in any society tend to do. But in recent years, I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure. You know, that there's an assumption that new citizens would necessarily vote PAP. I'm not so sure anymore. So yeah, I mean, I'm just supporting the point that you made, Walid, which is like, I wouldn't say that you know, and we have parallel. The best parallel is new citizens in a place like Sabah or something like that where they really affect the vote where where you actually see I think it's called Project IC in Malaysia, is it Project IC?
Correct.
Where you actually see the government potentially bringing in people to buttress support for the ruling party. Singapore, I don't know lah. I mean, it's I think it's not easy to say that you just point your finger at new citizens and say they vote for PAP. I don't think it's so easy.
So I would just like to give a shout out to an academic article, which I read a couple of years ago about the new citizens in Singapore and how they vote. So this is an article by Ng Hoi Yu, who is actually a Hong Kong academic, and he published this journal article in 2018, and he actually draws on two surveys to actually suggest that new citizens are no less supportive of democracy and are also not more pro-authoritarian than Singapore native-born citizens, but they do tend to have better evaluations of state institutions, better evaluation of government performance, and also are more likely to vote for the incumbent. Right. So he does find some evidence from survey results, but this was back in 2018. So you could say, if his survey results are kosher and if those results persist today, you could say that maybe on average, new citizens are more inclined to vote for
that's for sure. I think
more inclined to
no
vote
doubt
for
that new citizens are more likely to vote PAP. The question again, I think, between 2015 to 2020, was there a larger percentage of new citizens?
It's like constant basically you're saying constant.
2020 to 2025. So if from 2015 to 2020 there was a vote dip, then that means that by itself cannot explain that, right? Unless you're saying between 2020 to 2025 that new citizens like shot up by much higher than between 2015 to 2020.
What do you think that the results would spell for what goes on in Parliament? Because I think like in this election, some of the key themes were like about having more transparency in government. Right, like we were asking for more explanation on NTUC and the like, and now that they've got such a strong mandate, okay, take another shot. Like, are they just gonna be able to get away with a lot less explanation now?
163 votes.
No, I think the government is still very mindful of like public perceptions of any so-called controversies or scandals, and they will always like kind of take steps to manage lah. But I think the strong mandate suggests that Singaporeans are willing to give a lot of leeway to the PAP government to enact policies, to deal with different kinds of matters, deal with different kinds of controversies, that the core governing principles of the PAP, right, are still fairly untouchable, right? And that is something that comes as a surprise to us, who has been hearing a lot of online comments that, PAP should be more transparent, the PAP should change its ways, but apparently not. Yeah, apparently Singaporeans don't think that way.
Yeah, 100% true. 100% true.
Yeah.
I think I always say that voting reflects the soul of a nation. And this just shows what our priorities are. So we have to accept it. We have to accept that these are, because if it had gone the other way, if it had gone 50+% for PAP, we would say that PAP needs to do soul searching and all of that. So when it goes the other way, we cannot then say that. Actually, no.
So actually, so you're saying that Singaporeans need to do soul searching, or are you saying that?
No. I'm saying that the people like us,
we need to do
soul searching.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think so.
No, but to Angie's question, I mean, with the PAP, I do think, given how the election has gone and the pressure they face, including things like the open letters sent in the late stages of the election, right? I think they do realize things are changing lah. Even with their resounding victory, I don't know whether they would necessarily think that they can keep like withholding information and like being the same way they used to be lah. I'm not sure. Because you see each shift, right? That there is a shift with how even if the vote share doesn't reflect it, shift in how people perceive actions and people the media covers elections. So
on
the original question, but yeah.
Can we talk about some bright sides?
Yeah, I think we
give
do
us
need
some
to
bright side,
like, talk about the bright side.
Well, what I would say is just in relation to what you just said, PM Wong, his big thing was we need a more open, I'm going to have a more open government and so on. So if this is an endorsement of him, then you can say that it's an endorsement of his message as well. So I actually also was thinking, if PM Wong's personal popularity in his constituency and the national vote share decreased, I was worried that the more old school people within the party would say, I told you, don't be so open. I told you that you need to be a bit more hardline, a bit like what Lee Kuan Yew did to Goh Chok Tong in 1991. So that is out of the picture, that is out of the question. So hopefully PM Wong can now say, see, it worked. So I'm going to do it my way, right? I think I was also thinking that if the vote share had dipped below 60%, then would there be some others within the party who tell him, hey, are you really the one who should be prime minister? But all those questions are put to bed now. Like he's firmly in charge and he has all the authority, I don't want to use the M word, all the authority to do whatever he wants, I think.
No, I like that strand of argument, man. Yeah. So
that's kind of uplifting, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to find something to
the silver of light.
I don't know why you guys are so dumb.
There's completely no
you
reason
started
to
it,
be.
dude.
and so I think it vindicates one particular thing which I mentioned just now about these elections, which is there's very much less negativity, there's very much less underhanded means of going after opposition parties and opposition candidates in these elections. So it suggests that that lesson learned has been learned, and if it is, Prime Minister Wong's explicit instruction to like, we're not going to play low, we're going to play high on our message, and because we know that if we play low, there'll be public backlash against us, right? And so these results have kind of solidified that kind of strategy to just focus on positive messaging, to just focus on, keeping the faith and trust in the PAP, that kind of messaging. Yeah.
I mean, there's a part of me that wants to agree with that, but there's also a part of me that's like, the only shit they could find was Andre Lowe's Telegram stuff, right? They tried their best, but they couldn't find the only shit. But
yeah.
the one side of me would say yes, I do think it's vindication of a some sort of kinder, gentler sort of approach to things which I guess we should look at. Hey, how you're feeling? How are the results? And like,
SMCs are slowly trickling in. There's another SMC coming in now. Do you want us to show that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
we can, or
We just got Marymount, which is same 1729.
I also kind of feel, I mean, and I'm sure our audience would sympathize with this, that at a certain point we don't need to keep doing a live stream, right?
So everyone is saying that you're, especially Sudhir, looks very tired. Everyone wants us to give you coffee. Like everyone.
Give me coffee, yeah. Give me coffee.
Everyone wants coffee.
Oh my
I don't think coffee can solve whatever is going on.
Okay, we got the official result for Queenstown is in 81.1 for PAP, 18.8.
Okay, so what's the difference with the sample count?
Is there a difference?
That is the more interesting thing.
Oh, hold on. Let me see the sample. Queenstown.
81%. So I must confess that just 2 years ago, I was staying at Queenstown, and Minister Eric Chua was my MP. And I think he's a Minister of State, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
And he by all means very well liked person. He was the person who coined QTs, if I'm not wrong. And so I think it's a vindication of a good job that he has done. And don't forget, Queenstown, if I'm not wrong, has a lot of has a very broad mix of HDB flats. So there's rental housing, there's like new BTO flats, there's old BTO flats. So suggests that he has like kind of a wide popularity lah.
So like across the socio-economic
across the socio-economic
Yeah.
spectrum, particularly amongst the people who live in the HDBs, right? So you can imagine like, those who live in rental flats will be very different from those who live in like new BTO flats, right? And Queenstown has seen quite tremendous transformation over the past few years with a new like Queenstown Hawker Centre, with a lot of new BTO flats basically. And so, shows his like wide capture of his popularity.
So can I uplift the mood a bit more?
Can.
Calvin Cheng has returned to social media.
Oh! Wow. How is that
Shout out to
uplifting?
Calvin, I'm sure he's watching.
Sure.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, caps lock. This is personal. Tampines 53-46 to PAP outside the margin of error. Victory for Singapore. I am so happy. Going for holiday again.
Wonderful. I'm glad that Calvin Chong is happy.
Cheng.
Calvin Cheng is happy.
Eric Chua is senior PALSEC.
Oh, senior PALSEC, okay. Definitely due for a promotion if his SMC does so well.
I mean, there are so many 80%, are all of them due for promotion.
Sure, why not?
Like there's been this thing in the chat section about the smaller opposition parties merging into WP. I think the WP has quite a strict vetting process, if I'm not wrong. I don't know if these some people from the smaller opposition party might be able to get in. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, any like more positive
I wonder
news, I
how
guess.
Tampines residents who voted PAP would look at Kelvin's post. How would they interpret that? Because, yeah, I just wonder.
Do you think that they would be opposed to Kelvin, or do you think they would be Kelvin supporters?
I don't know. So that's the thing. I don't
Okay,
know how to
interesting.
interpret the results also.
Right,
you know.
okay.
Yeah. So you're right.
I mean, Kelvin's decision to like donate some money to the Tampines fund, right? Like how did that land?
I think
actually?
it dragged Mas Agos into it, right? The
Yeah.
whole thing dragged Mas Agos into it, and Minister Mas Agos' first response was a bit tepid, I thought. It came only 3 weeks after Kelvin's initial post, and then he said he disagreed with Kelvin, but didn't say what exactly he disagreed with, and then said that he appreciated Kelvin twice in that post. I think that was really the incident that turned a lot of Malays against Minister Mas Agos. But ultimately, it didn't matter. It didn't matter because he still scraped through. Although I'm wondering how long he will be a minister.
No, but this idea that Kelvin was trying to potentially use money to buy off or buy his way out of, or
although I think that event was planned before the thing, the event. So I don't know whether we can say that he was
Okay.
trying to buy that off. But yeah.
Not that was in his intention, but the perception that
Yeah, that was a perception. For sure.
yeah.
For sure, that was a perception. So the only thing left for us to look at is who gets NCMPs.
Yeah, I'm like.
That's the only thing left, right?
I think so. Pretty
At
much.
the moment, it looks like it's Dr.
Dr.
Chi
Chi
and Andre.
Which is kind of quite interesting, right? And kind of
Andre
unexpected.
and Anngee Neo in Parliament together.
I'm hoping that Andre will use that fire in the parliament, I guess.
Sorry.
I'm hoping that Andre is going to use all that fire in parliament. That would be really interesting to
How the fire
see.
displayed on Telegram.
Yeah, in his Telegram, and channel that into his parliamentary.
Andre versus Anngee Neo in Parliament, right? This is really like trying to find the linings, the small linings, the small silver linings.
I mean, I don't know if it's a small silver lining. For me, if Dr. Chi gets into parliament, it's a pretty,
I
even
agree.
via
I agree with
NCMP,
that. I think-
it's going to be like a really big thing.
I think
Yeah.
it will change the dynamics of
Yeah.
Parliament in the way that having Leong Man Wai changed the
Didn't.
dynamics
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Parliament.
yeah. I mean, it
changed
did.
Compared
Yes.
to WP.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think Chee Soon Juan will even take it up a notch.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. So, I mean, I'm really, really, really looking forward to that. And yeah, that's actually, now that I think about it, that's like a really great thing. I'm not coping, like, it is
another cope. This is another cope. We're just looking for copes now.
No, because
Chee Soon Juan getting in as
because
as
like
So
NCMP.
Chee Soon Juan gets to go against Polisan in Parliament.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, but like imagine this, because like in my predictions, honestly, I thought only like Bukit Panjang was solid, and then Dr. Paul didn't get in, and then I thought Sembawang was gonna be like a wipeout, or at least like 20-30% maybe, but he got really good results. So I'm just really happy that he's going to be finally able to get into parliament after so many years of, being thwarted and obstructed.
Hey, actually, you just made me realize something. Like, when was the last time a NCMP came from a single member district, an SMC? Have we had that in recent times?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Well, Steve Chia was, I think, but that was quite some time back.
An NCMP that came from a single member
member. Oh,
district
right.
as opposed to a GRC.
Oh, Lina Chiam.
Oh,
Lina
yes.
Chiam.
Yeah,
Potong
yeah.
Pasir. 2011, right?
Potong
Okay,
Pasir, yeah.
Okay,
Potong
okay,
Pasir.
okay.
She was in there for like one term, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it just adds a different dynamic, right? When you're one-on-one with somebody,
Correct.
Yeah.
and the person who loses
Yeah.
still gets in lah.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So-
also there's no question of riding on other people's coattails, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But also just to like put into perspective, if Dr. Chi does become an NCMP, he will want to think very hard about his like kind of rhetorical strategies, considering what Leong Man Wai and Hazel Pua has gone through, which is the most fresh in our minds, lah, right? Mr. Leong has more of like a direct kind of style. Ms. Hazel Pua has kind of more indirect kind of style. Both have pushed the PAP very hard on many different issues, particularly immigration issues, particularly housing, particularly cost of living. So looking at the PSP results, it doesn't seem to have resonated that much, right? So then the question is like, what are Singaporeans looking for
But,
in the NCMP, right? And to do that conversion from the NCMP into a successful elected MP, only the Workers' Party has done it, right? No other opposition party has done it.
But maybe at the same time, like when Leong Man Wai was in Parliament as an NCMP, also there were a lot of mistakes made by him. You know, like incorrect citing of incidences and stuff like that, which kind of maybe contributed to the perception that he's not very reliable. Maybe sometimes on the stuff that he's talking about. So I don't know. I think if Dr. Chi gets into Parliament, then the thing is really like how rigorous research he's doing to substantiate everything that he's saying, so that nothing can backfire. Basically, all the points, all the people that he wants to bring up, the anecdotes, you need to have people who can stand by that and be like, okay, yeah, this did happen to me. I think that's probably what's gonna be it, lah.
Yeah. So just now I said sort of a tribute to Faisal. I've met Manwai a couple of times and Hazel as well. I won't say we are friends, but we're very friendly with each other. It's never easy. I always have a lot of respect for people who contest in elections, PAP or opposition. More respect for people who contest in the opposition because it's much harder. And if you are there debating with people like Minister Shanmugam, Lee Hsien Loong, Lawrence Wong in Parliament, I have even more respect for you. So whether I agree with Manwai or Hazel, whatever it is on with their party, I mean, still hats off. They've done a lot of service, I think, for Singaporeans. So kudos to them, since I think this is a permanent bowing out of the scene for both of them.
Do you think they really will dissolve the party, or
I think so.
Hobble along for the next 5 years?
How do they hobble along?
I'm not quite sure.
I mean, 39%. That's a thrashing.
And the last one, they had 48 plus, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yes.
So if they were to like kind of hobble along for the PSP, I think they really need a very kind of distinct party brand beyond just Dr. Tan Cheng Bok, right? And so the question is what is that particular party brand?
I think,
as compared to the Workers' Party, right? So Workers' Party has a very distinct party brand. It even thrives on being called like PAP Light, whereas is beyond Dr. Tan is a little bit difficult to kind of discern the kind of ideological differences between PSP and SDP and the other opposition parties.
Yeah, I think like it might be really hard to attract the younger people to join any of the smaller parties. And I think I'm going to say that probably we might even see more independent candidates, because like the trend now anyways with the younger generation is like we like to go off and do our own things, right? And some people might not even submit to the party stances on certain things, and they might not find any party that suits them. So it could be that we see a lot more independent candidates coming out and contesting the SMCs. That would be really interesting and really fun, I'm hoping, if people don't get scared off by this election and completely just drop like being in opposition.
You are right. So, but we've been here before in 2015. We've been here before, right? It was a gloomy night for a lot of opposition supporting people like you guys. So we've been here before, so we shouldn't just. I mean, of course, this night will be very. It's hard to take for many people. It's disappointing, it's upsetting, but I mean, worse things have happened, and in 2020 there was a recovery of sorts also. And what I would say is, we shouldn't just think that the change will come from opposition pressure in parliament or opposition presence in parliament. Civil society still needs to organize. We still need to ask. People are asking, how do we stop gerrymandering or whatever it is? We need to be more strategic in how civil society tries to pressure the government on certain things in terms of demands, in terms of institutional reform. For instance, the GRC is becoming more and more of a joke. If it's about racial representation and then you have last minute a minister comes over here to carry the whole team and that's not even a minority. So it's obviously, I won't say outlived its purpose, but it's obviously been misused.
But given the success, I don't think they're going
Correct,
to abolish
correct.
it
So
anytime
there's
no
soon.
incentive to
You know,
change.
yeah.
No,
I don't think.
there's no incentive to change from within. There's no incentive to change from within.
Yeah.
So I think from without there must be a concerted effort. So and the GRC system also, and I think even PAP supporters, people who voted for the PAP, can get on board with this, right? The GRC forces us to choose. Yeah, if I like Bayam King but I don't like his teammate, why should I have to choose both of them?
So that you can get all of them in.
Yeah, so exactly. So it forces us to make all these choices, right? So I think all of us should agree that there needs to be some institutional reform, and maybe we can work together with different people on how we see, and allies from within the government as well, who, you know, Louis Ng is not there anymore, but there will be other people who are sympathetic as well, that can help us push for certain types of reform. So it's
So what are the institutions that you think we should look at?
NMP is one.
Okay.
NMP is one, which I've discussed the other day. The GRC is another. Already the constitution allows for 3% GRCs. You don't need to change anything and you can just have 3% GRCs all the way and the rest would be SMCs. It lessens, doesn't eliminate, but lessens the problem of riding on the coattails. The independence of the EBRC is one, but that, I think that is some heavy lifting required. Cooling off day is another.
To remove the EBRC from the PMO's purview.
To make it independent. That requires a lot of heavy lifting. I think the GRC and the NMP ones, I think would at least be more doable in the next 5 years.
But I would say that a lot of these just give advantages though. So I don't know if that's doable.
Yeah, I was trying to give hope.
I'm sorry, my bad.
You know,
I shouldn't be like poking holes.
Can I just say that one thing I've been so inspired and hopeful about this election, right, is that like a lot of people are just talking about stuff, and there's a lot more grassroots activity and discussion than I've ever seen before. You know, whatever people vote, that's up to them, and as we've all talked about, it's just helping us understand the collective consciousness of Singaporeans, right? But
I guess it depends on like the percentage of people participating in that conversation. Because like, you know, the people online might not translate to the so-called silent majority offline, which is why then we have this delusion that, oh my God, we're going to win so big. And then we get like slapped with reality in some sense.
No, but it might just be that people are very engaged in conversation, but they vote however they want to vote, which is fine, right? But your sense is that your sense is that even our echo chamber might be that we think more people are talking than they actually are, and actually there are a lot of people who are actually still not plugged into proper healthy civic discourse and democratic dialogue and things like that.
I mean, maybe not plugged in, but maybe they don't really want to be plugged in. I mean, I've got friends around me who are completely almost politically apathetic, and they're really just fine not plugging in.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so the results, let's just say the results stay as they are, right? And as we mentioned just now, like everyone is wrong, right? Or all our inclinations have been wrong, right? So whatever we suggest that even the kind of hopeful thing which you said that there's more discourse, blah, 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 has occurred only within a very small segment of people, right? And that actually the broader the broader population don't really see plurality as that much important.
But that
don't
doesn't
really
mean
see-
discourse hasn't taken place, right? Could be
Yeah,
that
so,
the
so it
discourse
could
has
it
reached
could have
them.
taken place
They
and
are
then
more
they'd
politically
agree.
aware, but they
Yeah,
support the PAP
yeah,
still.
yeah. So
Depoliticized and apathetic or not? So that's or are Singaporeans more politicized and not
And
so-
still vote PAP.
and still vote? Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
maybe more
I don't think Singaporeans
obviously
are more depoliticized than in 2020, right?
Yeah.
You see, Daily Catch Up is talking about politics. They get hundreds of thousands of views. Yala But as well. So I don't think we can say that Singaporeans are, and those are people who don't always talk about politics, but they do, right? So I've had people come up to me, hey, you appeared on Daily Catch Up, right? And that was their only source of knowing me. So, and that has happened. And so they are more politicized now, but doesn't mean that because you're, maybe the assumption for us is that if you're more politicized, you'll vote against the PAP. That assumption is down the drain now.
But even then, you know, like these 100 plus thousand views on Daily Catch Up, more significance, more discourse. I don't know, man. Something just tells me that, you know, doesn't matter. Majority of population is 2 million people. What's 150,000? Like, what's 150,000 views? What's 200,000?
No, but it's 150,000 more than prior to
More than
Daily
prior
Catch Up.
lah.
So
but those 150,000 could be people who were already politicized in 2020.
But that's not the Daily Catch Up audience.
It's just that in 2020 they didn't had that kind of outlet.
No, so I don't think that's the
to
Daily
watch.
Catch Up audience though. I think that's why I mentioned Daily Catch Up. Maybe there's a Yala But audience, but the Daily Catch Up audience, I think, is a bit different. I think they have done a good job in making politics more accessible, I think. So I do think that we cannot say that Singaporeans are more depoliticized now. I think, again, if the results were reversed and PAP supporters tried to say this was a freak election, right? I would have rejected it and opposed it. So likewise, I think the results are like this. We cannot then dismiss it that Singaporeans are more depoliticized. I don't think there's any evidence.
No, I
for
don't
that.
think they are
Yeah.
more depoliticized. I just think that probably the general trend lines, whatever they were, just hasn't changed that much, right? And that we may be inferring too much from the numbers of YouTube videos and podcasts that we see online.
Yeah, lah, we might be just as depoliticized as ever, lah.
But at the same levels.
Sure.
I think the other thing to think about is also maybe the people who were already politicized now finally have platforms to talk about their views and stances, and because it's a lot easier now for access to, you know, a podcast or even lives like on Instagram like Walid. So it could be that, you know, the numbers of people who are actually interested in politics has not changed, but the people who has access to you know, like making like a show or podcast way easier, and then so everyone can just pick up their phone and just talk into it, right? So I think that might be also a thing. Yeah.
Can I spice things up?
Sure.
Please.
Please do.
Please.
Add some
I'm a
spice.
first-time voter,
Yeah.
right? So a lot of people my age are actually asking about two things. Firstly, they claim that a lot of the votes are older people. Therefore, actually, some of them even suggest, can we cut off the voting age? Secondly, what's the point of having GRCs if they're not gonna represent the minorities and then backtrack on it when they claim that we politicize racial, religious issues. So these are the two things that I do see popping up a bit more in my age group. So what do you think about that? But I feel like the first one is more spicy because, you know, Wally has a lot of thoughts about cutting off the voting age.
Right.
So reducing it to 18.
No. Actually, like
Putting a cap on voting age.
Oh, right. Oh, wait.
No, so
Oh, wait, is
So
the argument...
we should
sorry.
repeat the question for the audience.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is-
okay.
So the question is young people who are upset at the results. So they say we shouldn't. Some young people say that we should have a limit, right? So maybe above 65 you cannot. I think then to do that, then you would be redefining citizenship itself. I think it's pretty unacceptable to say when a person is older than we're saying their value is less or something. So I think that would be undemocratic and I think just unethical to do that.
And also because like politics, I would argue sometimes might impact old people even more than the
Correct.
young people because like of policies of healthcare, what's that? A pension and things like that. I mean, when you're at your end of your life and you have no access to work and making money, then these things like policies that the government put in place, is a lot more important. Are we still live? Okay, yeah. So policies that they get to vote for like really impact their lives, right? Compared to maybe, I wouldn't say it's more important, but it's equally as important as young people finding jobs and having access to housing and all that kind of stuff lah. Yeah.
And just like how when results don't go their way, I remember in Malaysia, the previous election where it was PN was winning a lot, and then older people were saying, "Oh, see, it was a mistake to reduce it to 18, right?" So when it doesn't go their way, the older people will complain about young people. When it doesn't go their way, the young people complain. No, we just have to accept everybody has one vote, and that's it.
I mean, we just have to accept that the generations will just hate on each other, and we'll be fine with that, you know.
And
like
democracy is democracy. You either believe in it or you
democracy.
don't, right?
Yeah.
When it cannot be that you believe in expanding the space only when you win, or when you're about to win. Then when you're about to lose, you say, "Oh, let's restrict it." I actually think the better discussion would be to lower the voting age to 18. I think get people politicized early on. We let them hold guns at 18, but we don't let them. We let them be counting agents, right?
Right.
But we don't let them vote at 18.
Oh, wait, wasn't it 21
That's a bit.
or 18?
That's a bit of.
Okay.
That's a bit of a joke, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but also just one more bad news point for the young people, which is that Singapore is an aging society, right? And the median age, not the average age, but the median age, is currently around 41 years old, and it's only going to get older. And the median age is definitely older if you consider those who are above 21 years old only, right? And so. In our first past the post systems like Singapore, the battle is for the median voter, right? That 50% plus one, and that 50% plus one, that model voter is only going to get older, and so either the younger people they try to the best thing that they can do is actually to ally with older voters, or to educate voters like why they should. Choose particular parties or particular policies that actually speak to the concerns of the younger voters. I think that's the only way to go about doing things. Yeah.
I think her second question was the thing about
GRC.
the GRCs. Yeah.
So how 10 more minutes? What are we doing for the results coming in and CNA? How are we with all that?
So it's only that I don't think people can hear me, but the only SMCs are coming in right now.
So everything else is more or less settled lah.
No, it's not settled. It's just sample counts. But we're only getting SMCs.
Sembawang West
Are there
is
any
in,
sample
or
counts that we are?
Is Sembawang West SMC in the results? Because now the only
Sorry,
meaningful
audience,
part is
we are
the-
just
is
figuring
the
out
SCMPs.
how long to.
The energy has dipped a lot, and we're discussing about that in general.
The what?
So, we've had Pioneer SMC, Jurong Central SMC, Queenstown, not Sembawang. Yeah, Sembawang not yet.
Pioneer
They're
PA.
announcing something right now. I'm not sure what they're announcing. Also,
I think we can wrap soon lah. Huh?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh right. Okay.
Sorry
Sure.
about that. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, we sorry if
maybe
yeah.
we have a look at what CNA is announcing right now.
Lim Tian, People's Alliance for Reform. 2,316 votes. Alex Yeo Shing Chai, People's Action Party, 19,185 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 27,731. Rejected votes, 544. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Potong Pasir, are conclusive of the result. I declare Alex Yeo Shing Chai of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Potong Pasir.
All right, result.
All right, results for Potong Pasir.
I think we can slowly start to wind down our session lah. What do you all feel? Sorry to the audience for not hearing everything that's going on in our interactions, but just been trying to like.
So do we have to leave here by midnight?
We can extend a bit more if you want, but given how things as in.
Well, there are still like very marginal constituencies like Jalan Kayu.
Do we wait till like Jalan Kayu is announced?
Oh, you still think it's possible? Right?
I think Jalan Kayu is possible and Sembawang West is possible.
You think Chisunyan has a chance from 47% to get?
From 47%, yeah. Within margin of error lah.
You mean like 47 to 50, that kind?
Yeah, 47 to 50.
Okay, I might feel my second win coming. I don't know. I'm kidding.
No, it could be, but it's a question of whether
hope.
we want to keep our audience also just waiting, stringing along for.
Yeah, correct.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah. So thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks our panelists, and maybe we want to do an appeal, one last appeal, or is it are we past that? Oh, we are doing one last appeal. Okay, fine.
I don't know whether they're in a mood to donate.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine,
everybody's
it's
like
fine.
10% GST coming.
To donate. All the more you need to donate for the next 5 years. Yeah.
So thanks so much for sticking around, and we will see you very soon. Not in 5 years' time, but I think much sooner than that for our next video. So thanks for joining us for this
closing thoughts
live stream.
Closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. Anngee, are you ready?
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking forward to seeing Dr. Chi in Parliament, even as an NCMP. I think like that's one thing that's gonna keep me going for the next term until the next election. Yeah, that's my closing thought.
So I have two perhaps contradictory thoughts on this. So one is elections have consequences. So we have to understand that everything mattered, right? The vote share. So that single vote that we cast, we think that doesn't matter, but it matters. So I remember in 2015, a few people, more than a few, I've already gotten a few people messaging me, but I cannot message them back. But more than a few people, at least a dozen, message and ask, and said to me, I'm so sad that PAP got 70%. And my immediate response was, who do you vote for? And then they said PAP. Then I said, you cannot be sad. You cannot be sad. It's okay if you voted PAP, that's fine. But just own the vote, right? You vote the opposition, you own the vote. You cannot vote for the PAP, then be sad about the high vote share. It doesn't make sense. Because you were part of it, right? So likewise, if you voted for the opposition as well. So elections have consequences, and we will see what the consequences are. As I said just now, Kelvin Cheng already celebrated a victory in Tampines, and Tampines residents, if that's what you wanted, then that's part of the consequence as well. And then we have to take, so that's just one small one. There will be many other consequences that come from this, and we just have to accept that. The second one is, as depressing as it can be for some people, I think that we must understand that pressure comes in all sorts of, we can take the next week through all sorts of forms. We can take the next week to decompress and be depressed, be sad, whatever it is, right? But then after that, you have to start to organize, engage, and and maybe try to think about what other ways you can engage with the government, pressurize the government, talk to the government, discuss with the government on whatever it is, right? Because all of democracy takes work. It doesn't happen just overnight. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of sacrifices.
Alvin?
Two thoughts as well. Number one, this is a really, if the trends persist from the sample count, this is a really, really strong mandate for Lawrence Wong. And I hope that Prime Minister Lawrence Wong will use this very strong mandate to fulfill many of the aspirations and hopes of Singaporeans that has risen up and that has been articulated during these elections. And he himself also articulated his own vision of how his governance will be, to be transparent, to be open. So I think he has that very strong mandate to pursue that. The second thing I would simply say is, I think everyone who has inclinations of voting for the opposition, everyone on social media who sees and shares a lot of opposition memes and is interested and inclined towards voting for the opposition during this election cycle, I think we have to admit that we are all wrong, right, about the opposition momentum. And so I think we got to take a long, hard look at ourselves about, what does the Singaporean voter actually want, and to rethink about our conceptualizations of who is the Singaporean voter, what does the median Singaporean voter want, and not just the median Singaporean voter, the 60, 70, 80% of Singaporeans who voted for the PAP, right? In giving the PAP such a strong mandate during this time, we have to take a long, hard look at ourselves to think about them. Why do they really vote that way in these elections?
Yeah. So my final thoughts are Lawrence's strong mandate, I hope, gives him the ability to really do renewal, really refresh the PAP, push out some of the older arch conservatives who I think are holding renewal back. And in terms of the thing I'm really excited about is that this election proves that, there's so many alternative sources of media and commentators and all the rest of it that Singaporeans are looking forward to. So I think it's great. And thank you all for tuning in. And bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, man.